Okay, a very good morning to all of you who are present here, and I must congratulate you to start with. That you are serious about cat if you are here on a Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Right? दोपहर को match है, so we have to try to get free before the match, right? And I think we will. So with that, let me begin the event. The welcome to RT99 race to 99 percentile, which is one of the biggest events for cat or MBA in India, right? One of the biggest in India. In fact, if I remember right, last year more than 25-30,000 students ended up registering and attending the event. So it's a huge event, and so that's about it. I am very excited. We all are very excited. In a short while, we will be joined by all the mentors, other mentors, one by one, starting with GP. But I'll come to that in a while, right? But I'm just happy. So it's not about waking up on the Sunday morning and being here. That's the first step. But it's also important to wake up in terms of the preparation. So if I just give you an idea, a lot of students, and that includes me when I was preparing for my CAT, right? I had joined more than 17, 18 months before CAT. I joined my CAT prep. But actually, I woke up only in April of the year when I was taking CAT. So that was 2004. I still remember that November 2004, we had CAT, and I woke up in April 2004 to realize the gaps in my preparation, and those gaps were huge, and it took me a mock to realize where the gaps were, and then I had to act on it and get things on track to get a great percentile. So this is how it works, and mostly this works for a lot of students. The earlier you wake up and smell the coffee and start working on it, right, the better for you. So just let me give you a perspective of this. Okay, how much time do you have? You are sitting at the end of February, so it's almost March. We have our exams in the end of November, right? So that is about 9 months, less than 9 months from today, or maybe exactly 9 months from today. But actually, you don't have 9 months, because if you are prepping for CAT, if you are doing your syllabus, your course for CAT, first of all, there is no defined course. Especially in DILR and verbal kind of subjects, you can't define a course. You can define the kind of questions. For example, RC aayega, but RC can be from biology or economics or psychology or wherever, history, architecture and science, you never know. So these kind of things, you have to understand that there is no fixed syllabus. So the more you do in terms of practice, the better you get at DILR and verbal. VARC. In Quant, on the other hand, we do have some kind of a defined course. However, the course is not defined by CAT itself or the IIMs. It is defined by our experience. So Career Launcher defines it as per our experience of the last 30 plus years, right? Since our founder took CAT, right? That experience helps us, and the recency of the exams in the last 2-3 years is what makes us decide what the syllabus is. So basically, 9 months is just an eyewash, if I may say that. What I mean by this is, you may want to finish your course by July or August, at max September. But let's take August for now. So from here till August, you have 5 to 6 months remaining for your preparation. And if you decide to take mocks after those 5 months, which is after August, then you are already too late. Just to remind you, our mocks have started in January. I hope you've taken the mock. If you have not, it is still open. Go and take it. The next mock is going to be in the next week. So most probably on the 28th of February, you will have your next mock. And from here on, the mocks will be pretty regular. So guys, CAT 25 is here. And this is a wake-up time. And RT99 is a perfect way to wake up. Right? Okay. So with this, let me quickly share and present my slides. Just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to share my screen. Just give me 1 second. Yes. So welcome to Race to 99 Percentile CAT 2025. This is the first lap of your CAT 25 race. Now, just one thing to mention before we go ahead, and I call GP on stage for the quant part of the discussion, right? Please understand, when we say race to 99 percentile, does everyone have to get 99 percentile? Is 99 percentile enough? Both the question answer to both these questions is no. You may get an IIM Ahmedabad call at as low as a call can be received at an 82 percentile also, and this will be surprising to you. Last year, as per the RTI data, last year the last convert of IIM Ahmedabad was 93 percentile for general category student. So as low as 93 might work for you. And sometimes at a 99.9 or 100 percentile, you may not get a call from IIM ABC LIK. That is also possible. So this word 99 percentile is just a sort of a symbol of moving towards a high goal. That is the purpose. So if you are, you may currently be sitting on 40 percentile, and that's all right. Can I make it to 60 and then 70 and then 80 and then 85 and then 90? Can I do that? Now that is race to 99 percentile. And this is a head start. A head start meaning this RT99 event is spread from February now, today, all the way till October. We will have different phases of this event. And this is the first phase of that event. So let me take you to today's phase and today's plan, right? Intro to 99 percentile, what we are doing right now. And I am Sazil Shah. I am your host for the day. That's already begun. And Gautam Puri will be joining us. GP sir, as you know him, right? So GP is going to join us at 10:15 with ACE Quant. So we will be talking about Quant. After this, Gautam Bawa, who you already know, is going to take ACE DILR, and then ARCS is going to come with ACE VARC. So we are going to cover all the three sections. We are going to discuss an actual CAT paper. So we are going to discuss today CAT 2025 ka Slot-1, a question paper. And we are going to talk strategy on the basis of this question paper. So we are actually discussing an actual question paper, CAT question paper, PYQ, right? So have you solved it yet? So we had sent out a lot of reminders and messages and mails saying that if you would have solved it, you would be benefited better. If you have not solved it, I would say, okay, you can't do much about that. I can't say it is okay, but you can't do much about that. Still attend the session. You can always go back to the paper later. In fact, we've made the paper available right now. So you can go to the description. There is a link there. You can download the question paper if you have not done that already. If you have a printer, you will print it and keep it with you. That's a good idea. So that when GP, Gautam Bawa and ARCS are talking about the questions, they're discussing the questions, you have those questions with you. Keep a pen and paper ready. So you may take down a lot of strategy notes that will help you going forward. So what you've learned in your first mock, and you learn from this strategy session, RT99, you apply it to the next mock and keep refining your strategy on that basis. That is the idea. Going forward, there is something called an RT99 booster course for you, which includes the RT99 workshops, the CDC and analysis, daily dose. Daily dose is something that works every day for you as a test. It's a test which comes up every day and gets at 12 o'clock in the night, it goes away. So you can't take that test again. So the idea is to make you work on testing on a daily basis. Small tests, 10-15 minute tests, right? So that's the idea. And open CDC mocks are also included in this course. So all those of you who have not taken CDC mocks yet, you can take up this booster program and go ahead. So quick understanding of how CAT 2024 was and what is the score required for what percentile. This happens to be our CL's favorite slide every year, right? It gets updated every year. So let's look at it what it was in CAT 2024. You can see that 99 percentile overall can be achieved, the one which is highlighted in the pink, right? Whatever color that is, I'm a little colorblind. 99 percentile can be achieved at a score of 95 percentile if the paper is like CAT 2024 paper, which we are going to solve today, right? So that means that translates 95 score translates to 33 net correct questions. Now 33 questions, total questions you have is 66 questions. 68 last year, sorry. 68 questions at CAT. Before that, it was 66 in CAT 2022 and 23. So we have 68 questions, out of which you do a 33 questions right, net correct, and you are 99 percentile, which means that's less than 50% of the paper. And let's do a funny calculation, okay? Look at 97 percentile in verbal. It requires a score of 34. 97 percentile in DILR requires a score of 31. And 97 percentile in Quant requires a score of 25. So 25 plus 31 is 56. 56 plus 34. 56 plus 34 makes it 90, right? So at 90, if you look at the overall score now, right, that will be way above 98 percentile, almost 98.5 ke aaspaas. So if you get a 97 percentile in each of the sections, you are around 99 percentile overall. This is what you have to achieve. And once you are here, you go beyond. So whatever stage you are in, and that you will only know when you take the mocks, whatever stage you are in, you plan the next milestone. And every 2 or 3 mocks, you keep climbing and making that milestone farther. And that is how you reach the 99 percentile. And that is exactly what we are going to discuss today. With that, thank you so much. Before I call in, let's call GP on the stage. Neha, can we have GP on the stage? Thank you. So GP, before I just hand it over to you, a very good morning.
Yeah. Morning, everyone.
I just want to remind the students that mocks have begun. Daily dose is about to start on 17th of March and sectional tests will follow. So the prep is right in the thick of it. And over to you, GP, to take it forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sazil. Just give me a second. A couple of questions before I start, Sazil, to you. Just give me a minute.
Sure.
I was just making some mind noting from. Yeah. Sazil, I would not have access to questions, so would be helpful if someone could feed the questions to me on WhatsApp. I'll keep it handy with me. Okay. The second thing is I'll just share my screen and the PPT. Just confirm that it is visible. Okay. So that then I can get started. Okay. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Yeah. Present. Share screen. I find sharing screen to be the easiest thing rather than doing anything else.
Right.
Okay. Okay, Sazil, if you can confirm that the PPT first slide is visible.
It is just getting loaded. Yes, okay. It is visible. Yes.
Great. So then we can start. And Sazil, just a request, one more request. If you can just share the link of the question paper for the students who have not downloaded as yet, or some will, I'm sure, join in late and then will be searching for the question paper. So if that link can be shared again with them, it will, I think,
yes, sir. We just shared.
Okay, just great. Shared. So just a request to all these students, please download the question paper. Ideally, you should have done it long ago, taken a printout and kept it next to you, but at least make sure you have downloaded the question paper, opened it in a separate tab, and you have a notebook handy with you so that you know how to, so that you can take down your notes and hopefully then this session will be of use to you. Okay. So great. So let's get started. Thank you, Sazil. I'll get started now. Okay. So this is where we are. And I'm not going to spend time on this because this is something that all of you know. And as far as I am concerned, to me, what is important is today we are looking at the third section, which is the quantitative section, which is a 40-minute section of 62 marks, which means 22 questions into 3 marks each. Okay, this I am not talking about the others. Gautam and GB and Arks will talk about the other two sections. So actually, we are going the reverse direction. CAT starts from VARC, goes to DILR, then to Quant, and we are doing exactly the reverse. Okay, something that Sadil has already shared, but I want you to note down these numbers. Please note down this table, not the complete thing. Just look at these numbers. Let me start from here. 80 percentile. Okay, look at 80 percentile. What is the number of questions you need to do? 85 percentile. Please note down these numbers. 95 and 8 questions. 97 is 9 questions. 99 is 12 questions. 99.5 is 13 questions. Why am I asking you to note down these numbers? Because, or you can take a screenshot of this complete slide if you want. I'm asking you to note down these numbers in my section for the simple reason I'll show you how easy it is to get a good percentile in CAT. And one of the things which I want you to remember is, look at this. This paper has 22 questions, and 99 percentile is 12 questions. Okay, or 60 on 19, or let's say 22 questions of 66 marks, and 33 marks was 99 percentile this year, roughly 50%. So what I want you to remember as far as QA is concerned, 99 percentile last year was at about 50% marks. I want you to internalize this differentiation between percentile and percentage marks. Most of the students talk percentile but think percentage. When you're talking percentile, please think percentile. Percentile is a rank, it is not the number of marks you have scored. When you're talking percentage, please don't confuse it with percentile. Remember this correlation. Typically 99 percentile is 50% marks. It could go as high as 55% marks, or it could go as low as 45% marks. Okay, so 45 to 55 percentage marks is what is required to get a 99 percentile. Or if you are doing roughly half the paper correctly, you are through with this paper as far as you are concerned. I'm not saying you don't do more questions, but if you are someone who's not great at quant, then maybe this is what you need to be targeting. If someone great at quant, you need to know, okay, this is what I can do in so much time, and how much more I go up is something we need to look at then. And this is again something I want you to look at. Again, I'm taking 99 percentile only as a benchmark. Now, till CAT 20, these were 3-hour papers. Okay, these were 3-hour papers, which means each section had a 1 hour. It was 1 hour per section. So when you're looking at 44 marks, 63 marks, 51 marks, this is a 1 hour effort. In 40 minutes, because all the question papers from 21 onwards have been 2-hour papers, which is 40 minutes per section. So if I look at these 3 papers and reduce them to a 40-minute section, so this will become 17 to the 34, 21 to the 42, 15 to the 30. Yeah. So these will be 34, 42 and 30 marks respectively. So what is this telling you? Look at the range. Range is from 25 marks on the lower side to 42 marks on the higher side. And by and large, we are looking at something like 30, 32, 33 marks. Okay. And which is what I said, if you're looking at quant, a score of 45% to 55% is what you are targeting, or roughly 50% of the paper is what is going to get you a good score in the paper. And if you have got 65, 70% marks, you have got almost 100%. You are definitely will be at 100 percentile. Okay. I'm not going to again spend too much time on this, because to me, as Sadil said, yeah, it was tamasha hai. It is not that this is not important. Yes, this is important. But when I'm looking at the paper and I'm solving a paper, I don't look at this significantly. What I look at is a question doable by me? Do I understand the question? If yes, I do it. If I don't, I leave it. Why? Because I know 50% marks is equal to 99 percentile score. That is what I only remember. And if I have a question, irrespective of the level, the topic, which is easy, I will do it irrespective of the topic. Whether I understand the topic or not does not matter. I leave that question. And not only that, every CAT will have at least 2, maybe 3 questions which are independent of topic, nothing to do with any of these tamasha. You can do it logically, sensibly, without worrying about the paper, worrying about the topic per se. Okay. Now, I'll not get into this at all. This is some how many questions from which topic, what are the breakup. We can keep going down to the last detail, but frankly, as I said, there's something which is academic in nature at this stage when you're preparing for CAT, which is about 9 months away. I think you need to be saying, I will do everything. Okay, I will prepare for everything, and the call of anything else has to be taken later. There's nothing but another example of what I said earlier. The important thing again to look at is CAT 24. This is CAT 24 QA section. Okay, look at this part. 30 marks is just about there. After that, the tapering, it becomes almost a flat line. But from till about 30 marks or till about 98 percentile, it's a very steep jump. You can very easily reach to about this number. It is only beyond this that you have to really struggle to improve your percentile. But till about 97, 98 percentile, it is never a struggle, is what you need to remember for yourself. Okay. Okay. And another way of expressing, and this is the one which I prefer. And if you have not taken the percentile and number of questions relation which I asked you earlier, please do so now. Take a screenshot of this. This is the critical thing with respect to quantitative aptitude section, that if you did 4 questions correctly, you were at 80 percentile. If you did 9 questions correctly, you were 97th percentile. Another 3 questions get you to a 99 percentile, and another 1 question this, and which again is 13 out of 22 is just about 55% questions. Okay, it's just about 55 odd percent questions, and that is what I again want to highlight. Now, this is a very, very, very important slide. This is telling you that what is it that you should not be doing. Look at question number 48. Okay, let me just explain. Green are easy questions. The bars which are green, which is accuracy level of 60% and above, greater than 60% accuracy. Okay. The yellow ones are moderate questions, which means accuracy is between 40 to 60%. And the red ones are difficult questions, which is accuracy is less than 40%. Okay. Now look at the most difficult questions. Questions 48, questions 53, 54, 60, 63, 65, 6. Look at the number of questions who have spent time. Question 48, almost 65% students have wasted their time on it. Question 53, almost 60% of the students have wasted their time. Question 54, 40% of the students wasted their time here. Question 60, one of the most difficult questions, and we find there are about 30% students still wasting their time on it. Why are you spending time on difficult question and leaving easy question? The easiest question of this paper is this one. Question number 57. Look how few people attempted this question. Something here actually. Only about 35%. The easiest question of the paper attempted only by 35%. Question 61, another very easy question. 65% attempted. 1/3 of the students did not think it worthwhile attempting this question also. Okay, so the issue out here is, are you picking up easy questions to attempt? Are you spending time on difficult questions? Question number 55, look at this again. Only about 30% attempting. You find the easy questions are being missed by a large number of students, and hence you struggle in the paper, and which is what tells you that how you should be attempting the paper. You have to attempt the paper in 3 rounds. It is possible 3 rounds may not happen, only 2 happen, which is fine with me. But what is the logic of these 3 rounds? Round 1 is something which you attempt, in which you attempt only the easy question. You are sure of solving it in 4 to 5 minutes. Okay. So when I'm saying this, to me, when I look at the question, I'll say, okay, do I know how to solve it? The answer is yes. Do I think I can solve it in less than 3 minutes or so? Yes, it's a round 1. So easy questions, all questions which will take me less than, let's say, 3 minutes approximately. Okay. What are round 2? Let me jump to round 3. Round 3 is question I don't understand. These are my difficult questions. These are the questions which will take me 5-6 minutes to solve. Okay. Why should I even waste my time on these questions? These are questions not to be attempted. These are the questions, round 1 question, are definitely to be attempted. What gets left in the middle are the ones which I will do if I have time. If I have time, if I have done all my round 1 questions and I still have time, I will come and look at these round 2 questions. What are these questions? These are I am not sure kind of questions. I think I can solve, but I'm not sure. Round 1, I definitely know how to solve. Round 3, I know it is beyond my auqat. Round 2 is what I'm reasonably sure I can solve, but I'm not sure about it, 100% sure. And not only that, even if I'm sure, I know they will take me about 4 to 5 minutes to solve. So questions which are going to take me 3 to 5 minutes to solve, and questions which are I'm not 100% sure about are the ones which are my round 2 questions to be attempted only if I have time. Now, this is what is written out here, nothing else. Okay. So, round 1, easy questions. Round 2, medium questions. Round 3, don't worry about these questions. So, round 3 logically should not happen for anyone. You should be doing only round 1 and round 2 questions. Round 3 questions are the one which you come back home after the paper and say, "Acha, ye sawal tha na, chhod ke acha kiya." Yeah, this is the way you do this question. Because at that point of time, we did not know how to solve. In future, let me practice. For future, let me practice and improve on this. Okay. Now, when we are doing this question, for every question, I'll keep telling you whether it is round 1 or round 2 or round 3 for me. In addition to that, if you look at the bottom, every question will have an attempt percentage and accuracy percentage. This is 42% accuracy, which means 42% of the students who attempted the question found it easy, were able to solve it correctly. So 56% out of 100 students, 56 attempted, and 42% of 56 got it right. Okay. Now, what does that mean? 42% of 56 will be how much? 28, about 25%. That means only about 1/4 of the population got this question right, which I would say is an easy question. Okay. So, this is what I want you to keep noting down for yourself. Are you picking up the easy question or are you picking up the difficult question? Your job is to attempt only the easy question. And today we are going to focus on how the paper should have been attempted. Okay. So the focus is how to attempt the paper, and in the question which we are doing, which are the questions you could have done without, let's say, by jugaad, by non-conventional methods, and so on and so forth. Okay. So let's get started. Question number 1. Okay. Before you decide what to do with the question, extremely important that you read the question completely and then take a call. Let me take down. Okay, we are at 10:28, so let me start now. Okay. A fruit seller has a total of 187 fruits consisting of apple, mangoes, and oranges. The number of apples and mangoes are in the ratio of 5:2. After she sells 75 apples, 76 mangoes, and half the oranges, the number of unsold apples to number of unsold oranges becomes 3:2. What is the total number of unsold fruits? Typically, students will start by saying we have apples, mangoes, and oranges. Okay. And these are in the ratio of 5:2, 5x, 2x, and total number of fruits is 187. And this is 187 minus 5 plus 2, 7x. Okay. Now, what happens? She sells 75 apples, 26 mangoes, and half the oranges. So, half of 187 minus 7x is sold. Okay. Okay. The ratio of number of unsold apples to number of unsold oranges becomes 3:2. So, what is this? 5x minus 75 is to 2x minus 26 becomes 3:2. Sorry, no, not the unsold apples to oranges. So, this is half of 187 minus 7x. So these two ratios, this is 3:2. Perfectly fine. Mathematically, absolutely right. Wastage of time. This is not the way you should do this question. Please look at the numbers again and let's do this question. Now, the jugaad method. Let me share the jugaad method for you. And there's a question which I would say everyone should have got it right. So we have apple, mangoes, and oranges. Apples and oranges are in the apples and mangoes in the ratio 5:2, and they're total of 187 fruits. Okay, let's take a number. Let me take apple to be 100, mangoes to be will be 40% of that. 2 upon 5 of 100, so 40. So total 140 gone. How many oranges? Oranges will be 187 minus 100 minus 40, 47. Wrong choice. This cannot happen. Why? Why? Because the question says the number of apples and after she sells 75 apples, 26 mangoes, and half the oranges. Half of 47 is not an integer, so this cannot be the right number. Okay, so I will not even bother about this thing. Let me take another case. This is telling me oranges have to be odd number. Let me take the next case. 105, 108, and if this is 105, this mangoes will be 2 by 5 of 105, which is 21 into 2, 42. So 142, 140, 147 gone, 40. This is even number, perfectly fine. Now, how many apples are sold? 75 apples are sold. How many mangoes are sold? 26 mangoes are sold. And how many oranges are sold? Half the oranges are sold. So how much is she left with? 105 minus 75 is 30. And how many oranges is she left with? 40 minus 20 is 20. Is this ratio 3:2? Yes, this is 3:2. So the correct answer should be, what is the total number of unsold suits? Total number of unsold suits, 42 minus 26 is 16. 30, 20, 50, 66. So total number of unsold suits becomes 105 minus 75 for apples, 42 minus 22, 16 for mangoes, oranges 40 minus 20, so 66 fruits. Okay, simple straightforward question, something which should not have taken equation. And again I'm trying to highlight, equation बनाओगे तो time बर्बाद करोगे. As you can see, it is easier to work with numbers. Okay. And now please ask yourself, why is it accuracy is only 42%? Accuracy is 42% because students made equations. When you make equation, you complicate the process and you end up getting wrong answers because you make mistakes in doing your calculations. So keep things simple. I'm not saying don't make equation at all, but know where to make equation. This was not a question for which you should have made an equation. Okay. Next question. Difficult question. Why? Because only 39% students have got it right. So round one was, this question number 1 was a round 1 jugaad question. I'm writing out for my reference because I'll come back to it later. Question number 2, let's read the question. The data is telling us कि भैया लोगों की लग गई है इसमें, only 2/3 attempted and out of them only less than 40% got it right. So Renu takes 15 days working 4 hours per day to complete a certain task. Seema would take 8 days working 5 hours per day to complete the same task. They decide to work together to complete this task. Seema agrees to work for double the number of hours per day as Renu, while Renu agrees to work double the number of days as Seema. If Renu works 2 hours per day, how many days will Seema work? Okay, time and work question. People unnecessarily time and work देखते ही question बनाने बैठ जाते नहीं. Hold on. Let's write down the data, understand the question, write down the data first. Renu and Seema. Renu does the work 15 days working 4 hours per day. So can I say 15 into 4? Renu will finish the work in 60 hours. 15 days, 4 hours a day is 60 hours. Seema will do 8 days and 5 hours per day. So Seema will do it in 40 hours. Okay. Now, there's a condition given. Seema works double the number of hours as Renu, while Renu agrees to work for double the number of days as Seema. If Renu works 2 hours per day, so if Renu is working 2 hours per day, how many hours will Seema work is what we need to find. So if Renu is working 2 hours per day, Seema agrees to work for double the number of hours per Renu. So if Renu is working 2 hours per day, Seema will work 4 hours per day. Okay. And if Seema is doing, Renu agrees to work for double the number of days as Seema. If Seema is doing X days, Renu will do 2X days. Okay. Or let me take the case of X equal to 1. Okay. Now, if X is equal to 1, then then how much work will Seema do in one day? 4 into X, 4X, or 1, 4 out there. And for Seema, it will become 4X, or if X is equal to 2, it will become 2 into 2, 4. Okay. So whenever they are working, so the total number of hours put by both of them will be the same. So now what is it? If X is equal to 1, what does that mean? Renu has worked for 4 hours out of 40 hours to complete the work. So Renu has done only 10% of the work. 4 out of 40. Similarly, if Seema is working for 4 hours, the amount of work she's done is 4 by 60, which is 1 by 15, or which is 6.66%. Total becomes 16.66%. So if X is equal to 1, we will do 16.66 is 1/6 of the work. So that means if the work has to be completed, then X should be equal to 6. X is equal to 6 will imply 100% of the work. Okay, 1/6 or 16.66% of the work gets done if X is equal to 1. If X is equal to 6, I'll do 100% of the work. So what is the answer going to? How many number of days will Seema work? Seema will work for X number of days, and we have found X equal to 6. So answer is going to be 6 days. Simple jugaad of comparing numbers and other than forming equation. I am very, very cautious. I would like to highlight again and again, please don't waste time to forming equation unnecessarily. Jahan zaroorat hai pakka lagao. But don't jump to, you don't start by saying I'll form an equation. Okay. Question number 2 done. Okay. Question number 3. One of the easiest question of this paper, not attempted by 1/3 of the population. इससे आसान सवाल तुम्हें पेपर में नहीं मिल सकता भाई लोग. काम करने की पढ़ने की सवाल पढ़ने की आदत डालो. Many people leave the question लंबा है, 4 लाइन का सवाल है तो क्या हो गया यार. If it's a 4-line question, solve it. In September, incomes of Kamal, Amal, and Vimal are in a house together. Okay. Okay. Kamal pays 15%. Uh, uh, I think some data is missing out here. Let me just pull out the question. Yes, I'm sorry. This Kamal, in the ratio of incomes is given is as 8, 6, and 5. I'm sorry, 8 is to 6 is to 5. This is the ratio of income. This is what is given. The income are in the ratio of income. I was wondering what is missing in this. The ratio of income of Kamal, Amal, and Vimal is this. They are staying in the house together, and Kamal pays 15%, Amal pays 12%, and Vimal pays 18% of their respective incomes to cover the total house rent in the month. In October, the house rent remains unchanged, while their incomes increase by 10, 12, and 15% respectively. In October, the percentage of their income will be that will pay the house rent will be next to what. Okay, great. So let's look at the data again. Kamal, Amal, and Vimal. What is their income? I'll take it as 800, 600, and 500. So I have a simple way of using numbers. I don't like to use variables. I don't like equations. I use numbers because numbers are easy to work with, and use numbers which are convenient for you from a calculation perspective. Okay. So their incomes are 800, 600, and this. So how much is the rent paid by each one of them? Rent paid by Kamal is 15% of his income. So 15% of 800. Okay, 15% of 800, 10% of 800 is 80, 5% will be 40. So Kamal paid 120 rupees as rent. What about Amal? 12% of 600, 12 6 is 72. And Vimal pays 18% of 500, 18% of 500 will be 90, 18 5s are 90. So what is the total rent? 210 and 72, 282. So the total rent is 282. Now what happened in next year? The house rent remains unchanged while their incomes increase by 10%, 12%, and 15% respectively. So so let me just add the income 8, 6, 14, and 5, 19. So in the first month, their total income was 1900 rupees and they paid rent of 282. What is happening next month? Their incomes increase by 10%. 10% of 800 is 80, so increases by 80. 12% for Amal, 12% of 600 increased by 72. Income of Kamal and Amal have increased by 80 and 72, and 15% for Vimal increase in salary, not the rent, sorry, increase in income. So 15% of 500 is 75. So the total increase in income is how much? 80 plus 75, 155. 155 and 72 is 227. So total increase is 227. So what is the new income now? 1900 plus 227. How much will that become equal to? 2127. So in October, the percentage of income that will be paid as house rent will be nothing but total rent is 282 divided by 2127. Now, if you are comfortable with calculation, do the calculation. If you are not, please use the calculator. Remember, CAD gives you calculator. Okay. Please use a calculator. Many students unnecessarily don't use it. To me, it is something which should be done if you want to. If you don't want to, then that's a separate issue. Otherwise, I would say this is nothing but 10%. 10% is approximately 213, 69 to 127. Okay. Okay, 69 is 2127. It's about less than 4%, more than 3%. This portion is more than 3% and less than 4%. So answer should be 13.26%. Correct answer, choice 1. So again, not comfortable calculation. Please use calculator. Don't waste your time. Third question also was a round 1 question. So question 1 and 2 were Jugaad question. Question 3 was again my standard Jugaad round 1 question. These are questions where you don't have to worry about making equations. Just put numbers and solve. Okay. Question number 4. In XY plane, the area in square centimeters of region defined by these inequalities is what? Down to. I don't know what to do it. Okay, I know I have to draw. Typically, I'll say, let me draw the figure. Okay. Now, if I can draw the figure and get it, I'll do it. Otherwise, I'll leave it. But this is not a question. I'll do it in round 1. So this is not a round 1 question. And again, look at this. 8% tried and half of them only got it right. Only 8% right. That means only 4% have got this question right. Why are you even wasting your time? The question to ask is समझ आया? नहीं ना, छोड़ दो, आगे चलते हैं. Leave the question. I'll say this is either a round 2 or a round 3 question depending on you, but the data suggests a round 3 question. My basic issue is, have I understood what this is? If yes, I should go ahead. If no, I should leave it. I don't understand, so I am leaving this question completely. Question number 4 is not a question I am interested in at all. Question number 4 बहुत ही कमाल का सवाल है, कोई मैथ्स नहीं चाहिए इसमें. There are 4 numbers such that the average of first 2 numbers average of first 3 numbers is 2 more. I think there's, यार सजील थोड़ा गलती हो गया लगता है पीपीटी बनने में. I'm sorry, my mistake. Okay. Let me see. 4 numbers that the average of first 2 numbers is 1 more. One more than the first number. Okay. 4 numbers such that the average of first 2 numbers is 1 more than the, okay, is 1 more than the first number. Okay. 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 Average of first 3 numbers 2 more than the yeah, I am okay. Okay, let me just copy the question correctly. First 2 numbers is 1 more than the average of the first number. Okay, average of first 3 numbers. Average first 3 numbers 2 more than the average. 2 more than the average of the first 2 numbers. And average of first 4 numbers 3 more than the average of first 3 numbers. So my apologies for this mishap from my side. The second mishap rather. Then the difference between the larger and smallest number. Kuch nahi karna. Assume a value. So if I assume the smallest number to be 1, the average of the first 2 numbers is what? Okay. Average of first, such that the average of first 2 numbers is 1 more than the average of the first number. If the first number is 1, the average of first 2 numbers will be 2. If the average of first 2 numbers is 2, we have 4 numbers with us. If the average of first 2 numbers is 2, that means the sum should be 4 or the second number should be 3. Then what is it? Average of first 3 numbers is 2 more than the average of the first 4 number. 2 more than the average of the first 2 numbers. So the average of first 3 numbers is 2 more than the average of the 2 more than the average of the first 2 numbers. So it should be 4. So what should be the sum of this? 4 into 3, 12. That means the third number should be 8. Okay. So 8 plus 4. So average is 4, 3 numbers. So 4 3 is 12. So 12 minus the sum of first 2 numbers gives me the third number. And then it says average of first 4 numbers. Average of first 4 numbers is 3 more than the average of the first 3 numbers. Average of the first 3 numbers is 7. Average of first 3 numbers is 4. So 4 plus 3 equal to 7. 3 more than the average of first 3 numbers. 7. What will be the sum of first 4 numbers? 28. 28 minus 8 and 4, 12 becomes a fourth number, which is 16. So the fourth number is 16. The difference between the largest smallest number, 16 minus 1, 15. Chiller item tha, and please look at this. Half the students who attempted also got it wrong. Only 2/3 attempted. Usme bhi 50% plus got it wrong. This is not the question which you can afford to get it wrong. This is a typical round 1 question. Okay. So question number 5 is a standard question. I will not say Jugaad question. I will say standard question which you can solve without worrying about specific kind of equation or anything else. Okay. Okay. Now, I don't know if you have noticed. You are already at 80 percentile. We have got 4 questions correct. Out of 5 questions, we have got 4 questions correct. एक छोड़ दिया है, 80 परसेंटाइल आ गया है. अब बात करते हैं आगे. सेक्शनल कट ऑफ क्लियर हो गया. ओके. When 10 to the power 100 is divided by 7, what is the remainder? इसमें लोग बहुत तमाशे करते हैं. Please remember, remainder will always follow a pattern. This is my standard Jugaad question where we'll say look at patterns. It is pattern identification which is important. We'll try to find the pattern. When you divide 10 by 7, what is the remainder? 3. Okay. When you divide 10 square by 7, what is 10 square? 100. 100 divided by 7, 14 sevens are 98. So remainder is 2. Okay. Another way to look at this is what you do is, while this is there, a faster way is, I'll say remainder 3 tha na. If I multiply 3 with 10, 3 into 10, 30. 30, it is the same as finding the remainder of 30 by 7. 2. Next one would be 10 cube by 7 would mean 2 into 10, 20. 20 divided by 7, 7 to the 14, remainder 6. 10 to the power 4 by 7, remainder was 6, so 6 into 10, 60. 60 by 7, 7 8 is 56, remainder 4. Then 10 to the power 5 divided by 7 would be the same remainder as 40 by 7. 7 5 is 35, remainder 5. Then 10 to the power 6 divided by 7. 5 into 10, 50 by 7. 7 is 49, remainder 1. 10 to the power 7 by 7 will be same as 10 by 7, which is 3. So do we see a pattern? Okay. Do we see a pattern? We see a pattern out here. Please notice this 3 has come again. After this, the next one will be 2 and so on and so forth. So this is the pattern in front of me. Okay. There's a pattern in front of me. What does this tell me? Remainder for power equal to 1, power 2, power 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This will be the power for not only 6. Okay. This will be for 72 also. 12 6 is 72. Okay. This will also be for 96. Okay. So all powers which are multiples of 6 will have a remainder of 1. So if this is for 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, this will be the remainder when we get the number as 10 to the power 100. So 10 to the power 100, remainder will be 4. Okay. Next question. Okay, so, oh yes, I forgot to mention it. This question number 5, it's a pattern question. Question number 6, sorry, this is a pattern identification that we have done. And pattern happens in many kind of questions. So please be on the lookout for pattern. Okay. If x is a positive real number such that 4 log x base 10 plus 4 log x base 100 plus 8 log x base 1000 is equal to 13, the greatest integer not exceeding x. Okay. Now this is a question where you need to ask yourself, do I know logs or not? Okay. Do I understand logs? Yes or no? Okay. If the answer is no, leave the question and move on. Okay. If the answer is yes, I have a basic understanding, then maybe it's a round 2 question. If I am comfortable with logs, it's a round 1 question. If I am comfortable. If I am okay but not very sure of logs, it's a round 2 question. If I don't understand logs, leave the question. This is a question to leave if you don't understand logs. If you understand logs and comfortably, do it straight away. If you're not 100% sure, you are not sure about it, then you can leave it for round 2. So this is either a round 1 or round 2 or round 3 question based on your comfort with the topic called logs. Okay. Okay, let me quickly get it started and leave it for you to finish, because the idea is not to teach you logs out here, but to tell people who know logs that this is the way you should be doing it. There's a standard formula question. There's a question which I will solve based on the standard way. There's no jugaad out here. Okay, so what is this? Convert everything to base 100, base 10, sorry, all 3 to base 10. So this becomes 4 log of x base 10 plus 4 by 2 log of base 10. Log of base 100 is 10 square. So this becomes okay, by 2. Thus, base 10, base 1000 is 10 to the power 3. I need base 10, so 8 by 3. Log of x is equal to 13. Okay, log a. So I can put a power here. Similarly, I can say this is square. And similarly, I can say it's 8 by 3. We know log a plus log b is equal to log of a into b. So please solve it from here. Okay. And there's a question. If you don't understand logs, leave it. If you know logs, then you can solve it this way. This is the standard way. No jugaad required. But if you know the topic, please do it by the standard method and move on with the next question. So question number 7 is either a round 1 or round 2 or round 3, depending upon your comfort with the particular area. Okay. So if you don't know logs, you should be leaving it and moving on straight away. Okay. Question number 8. if the equations x square plus mx plus 9 equal to 0, x square plus nx plus 17 equal to 0, and x square plus m plus n into x plus 35 equal to 0 have a common negative root, what is the value of 2m plus 3n? Okay, they have a common negative root. We need to find the value of 2m plus 3n. Okay, now this is a question which again is to me a standard mathematical formula based, process based question. These are what I say process based question. You follow the process, you will get the answer. Okay, so let's follow the process, and we says, please look at this. Only 9% got it right. Very, very poor performance for a question which is at best a round 2 question. It may not be round 1 question for most of us, but definitely a round 2 question. This is a question which should have been attempted in round 2 as a standard way. Okay, so let me solve this question, because there's no high funda involved. It is purely because people did not read the question carefully or did not spend time in understanding the question. Okay, we have x square plus mx plus 9 equal to 0. And the second equation we have is x square plus nx plus 17 equal to 0. And the third equation is x square plus mx plus nx plus 35 equal to 0. Okay. Now, if I compare these two equations, can I say x square plus mx should be equal to minus 9? Right? So I can say nx plus 26 is equal to 0. Okay. Nx plus 26 equal to 0. Similarly, if I compare this second equation with the third equation, then I can say x square plus nx is equal to minus 17. X square plus nx is minus 17. That means mx plus 18 is equal to 0. Okay. Okay. So we can look at either way. Okay. Now, they have these equations have a common negative root. Now, if they have a common negative root, that means for the same value of x, they will satisfy. Okay. So, and what do we need? We need the values of 2m and 3n. Okay. We need the value of 2m and 3n to find the value, or in other words, we need the value of m and n. Okay. So, what should we do now? Okay. We should try to find the value based on the information given out here. Okay. Okay. Let me just shift this stuff here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, we have these two equations with us. So, we know nx is equal to minus 26 and mx is equal to minus 18. Take any one of them. Let me look at this one. Okay. If I take nx equal to minus 26, what do I get? I get x square minus 26 plus 17 is equal to 0. Or x square minus 9 equal to 0. Or x square is equal to 9, which implies x is equal to plus 3 or minus 3. Okay. Now, which is the common negative root? The two roots are plus 3 and minus 3. The common negative root has to be minus 3. So, x is equal to minus 3. If x is equal to minus 3, what will be n? If x is equal to minus 3, nx equal to 26 implies n should be equal to 26 upon, minus, yeah, n is equal to 26 upon 3. Okay. X is equal to minus 3. So, minus 20, x, n becomes 26 upon minus 26 upon 3. Okay. Sorry, not 20, minus 20. Nx is minus 26. So, n becomes 26 upon 3. And if x is equal to minus 3, mx is 18, minus 18. That means m should be equal to minus 18 upon minus 3, which implies m is equal to 6. So, we need 2m. M is equal to 6. That means 2m will be equal to 12. And 3n will be equal to 23 into 26 by 3. 26. So, the answer should be 38. Okay. Now, it's a very, very simple, straightforward question. Why did most people not attempt it? Because they could not even spend time. And one of the mistakes which students do is they don't spend time in understanding the question. You understand the question, maybe not a round 1 question, but definitely a round 2 question is what I would say. Okay. So, question number 8 should have been attempted in round 2. Okay. And if you have already attempted this question, then you are already where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions done. 6 questions done means you're almost 90 percentile. Okay. Now, there's a question where how to solve this question is given in the question itself. Attempt is only 22% and 2/3 of them got it right. Very, very poor performance in terms of attempt. Now, this question was something, if you wanted, you could even use a calculator. Okay, look at this. What does it say? 1 by 8 raised to power k plus 1 by 3 to 768 raised to power 1 by 3 plus 1 by 8. And this should they not tell you that this should be a power of 2? Some power of 2. Okay, so straight away you should have used a calculator or otherwise. Okay, and if you use your calculator, you'll I'm sure all of you know 2 to power 10 is equal to 1024. So use your calculator and say 202 to power 11, 2 to power 12, and so on and so forth. Or alternately, you can ask yourself, okay, you can ask yourself, what is 30 cube? It is 27,000. 40 cube? 64,000. Can I say this number has to be between 30 cube and 40 cube? And this is ending with 8. So this number can only be 32 cube. Check with your calculator if you want to. Because the number is ending with 8. If the number ends in 2, then the cube of the number will end in 8. So this number has to be 32 cube. You can check it out. And what is 32, by the way? It is 2 to power 5. It is 2 to power 5. Now that we know this number is 32 cube and 32 cube is 2 to power 5, let me write it down. So what is this? 1 upon 2 to power k, 2 to power 3k, sorry, into 1 upon 2 to power 15 by 3 should be equal to 1 upon 2 cube into 1 upon 2 to power 15 by k. Now 2 to power 15 by 3, I can write it as 2 to power 5. And I can cancel this and this becomes 2. Okay, so what does it become? 1 upon 2 to power 3k plus 2 should be equal to 1 upon 2 to power 15 by k. What that means is the powers have to be the same. 3k plus 2 has to be equal to 15 by k. And that means 3k square plus 2k should be equal to 15. Quadratic equation, what do we need? We need to find the sum of real values of k. We need to find the sum of this quadratic equation. Sum of the equation is minus 2 by 3. So the answer has to be choice 1. Straightforward, simple question. ये कैसे गलत कर सकते हो, कैसे छोड़ सकते हो? People left this question क्योंकि बहुत लंबे नंबर है, बड़े नंबर है. भैया कैलकुलेटर है ना तुम्हारे पास, चेक करो ना, कैलकुलेटर को यूज करो. You will find that this is nothing but 2 to power 15. And alternately use the method which I use, but this is a question, if you have started attempting it and 1/3 of you getting wrong, not acceptable at all. Okay, question number 9 to me was a round 1 question, but let me put it in round 2 for those of you who are a little uncomfortable. But this was again a question you should have definitely attempted in round 2, if not in round 1. Yeah. And congratulations, you are at 90 percentile now. Okay, one of the easiest questions of this paper, and yet 1/4 of the population get it wrong. Okay, not 1/4, 27% don't attempt it, or those who attempt so roughly only about 20% have got the question right. 80% have got it wrong or not attempted. Selling price of a product is fixed to ensure 40% profit. Okay, that means if the cost price is x, selling price will be 1.4x. If the product had costed for 40% less, minus 40%, and had been sold for 5 rupees less, it was sold for 5 rupees less, the resulting profit would have been 15%. This would have been a case of 50% profit. What is the original selling price in rupees? Now starting point is jugaad, choices. My starting point would be selling price should be a multiple of 14. I'll check choices. So the jugaad out here is to check the choices. Okay, and which is a choice which is multiple of 14 or 1.4? Choice 2. So let's check choice 2. If x is equal to 2, then that, if x is equal to 14, selling price, resulting selling price, this is the selling price. If my selling price is 14, the cost price original would have been 10. If my original cost price is 10 and original selling price is 14, that means a reduction of 40% in the cost price as given out here would mean a cost price of 6 rupees. And a reduction of 5 rupees in the selling price would mean the selling price will become 9 rupees. Is this a 50% profit? Yes, a profit of 3 rupees on 6 rupees, which is 50%. Correct answer, choice 2. Yeah, choice check karo na. The starting was given to you here itself. that the selling price has to be a multiple of 1.4. Check choices and get the answer and move on. Standard jugaad question, which unfortunately many people have missed out on. Okay. Supposing x1, x2, x3, x4 up to 100 are in arithmetic progression such that x5 is minus 4 and this equation is given, then what is x100 equal to? Arithmetic progression question. People should get it right. After all, if I know the first term is x1, x6 will be x1 plus 5d. This will be x6. x9 will be equal to x1 plus 8d, and so on and so forth. And you can solve this and get the answer. However, there's a small jugaad I use here which saves me time. And what is the jugaad I use? Work on the base of x5 because x5 is given. So what is this equation given to me? This is given 2 into x6 is nothing but x5 plus d. x9 will be equal to x5 plus 4d. This is the left hand side. And what is right hand side? x11 will be x5 plus 6d. And x13 will be x5 plus 8d. So what do I have? x5, x5, 2x5, 4x5 plus 5 plus 10d is equal to 4 plus 1, 5. Yeah, 10d equal to 2x5 plus 8 plus 6, 14d. Okay, 2x5. So I can say 2x5 is equal to 4d, or x5 is equal to, or rather, sorry, d is equal to x5 by 2. Okay, and what is d? What is x5? Minus 4. Minus 2. I have d. What do I need? I need x100. x100 will be equal to x5 plus how much? 95d. Okay, x5 is minus 4. 95 into 2, 190 plus minus 190. So the answer should be minus 194. Such a simple question. And if you are working with respect to x5 rather than x1, you are in any case saving time. Otherwise, what people will do, they'll from x5 get x1. Why? Work on x5. So simple jugaad for this question is to work with x5. Simple question, I'll say round one question is what I would say. Not as with a small jugaad, but even without jugaad, you can do that question. Should have been attempted definitely in this particular paper. Okay. Consider two sets, A and B. Let F be a function from A to B such that every element of B in A and B and as at least one element of A in A such that F equal to B. For समझ नहीं आया ना, leave. I don't know what to do with this. Leave यार, करने लायक ही नहीं है. Why should I waste my time? I know that 50 percentile will give me 99 percentile. So why will I waste my time on this issue? Okay. Next question. ABCD is a rectangle with 56 and 45 centimeter sides. E is the midpoint of side CD. Length in centimeters of the radius of incircle of triangle ACD. Draw the figure. Okay. AB is the longer side, 56. BC is 45. E is the midpoint of CD. If E is the midpoint of CD, this will be 28 and this will also be 28. Length in centimeters of radius of incircle of ADE. So we need to find the length of the radius of the incircle of this. Now, what is the radius of incircle equal to? If I say, okay, this is 45. If I have a triangle which is with sides A, in this case, if I say this is A, this is B, and this is C, the radius of incircle is A plus B minus C upon 2. If you know this, please do this question, otherwise leave it. So this is a standard formula based question. CAT की तैयारी कर रहे हो, अभी नहीं मालूम है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, CAT दे रहे हो तो ये मालूम होना चाहिए. Okay, so this is a formula based question. Question number 13. If you have prepared for CAT, you should know. And how do you find this? Pythagoras theorem to sabko malum hai. What is this going to be? 45 square minus 38 square. Okay. If you don't know the numbers, sorry, not 38, sorry, 28 squares. Okay. What is 45 square? 2025. 4 into 5 and 25 on the right hand side. 28 square is a 784, something which you need to memorize. You can find C and get the answer. Okay. So अगर नहीं मालूम है कोई बात नहीं, please use the calculator. But this is not a question that you attempt and leave. This is either you attempt or you don't attempt. And what is the criteria? ये मालूम है कि नहीं? If you don't know how to find the in radius of the in circle, the सवाल शुरू ही नहीं करना है. आता है तो गलत नहीं होना चाहिए. So accuracy of 43% means people were fishing. They were wasting time doing some stupid thing, and they refused to use a calculator maybe. Okay. So question number 13 to me is my formula based question. If you know the formula, you should do it. Don't know the formula, just leave it and move on. Okay. Question 14. Okay. Sum of all four numbers that can be formed with distinct non-zero digits A, B, C, D, with each digit appearing exactly once is this, where n is a single digit natural number. What is A plus B plus C plus D plus n? Okay. Now this is a question again, which is a process based question. Okay. Which means if you know how to do it, do it. If you don't know, leave it. This is either the round 1 or the round 3 question. If you have gone, and this kind of question you'll do in your preparation. So if you are taking CAT 24, when you were taking CAT 24, if you did not know how to attempt the question, why did you even try doing this stupid question? There's a standard way of doing this question. The sum of 4-digit numbers, when you say A plus B plus C plus D, A, B, C, D, this number, what will be the sum of all the numbers which, or the sum of all the numbers which will be formed by these digits? First of all, there will be 24 such numbers. First position can be taken by any 4, next position by any 3, next by 2, next by 1. So 24 ways. Okay. And the standard way is 4 into 1, 1. Okay. Okay. So 24. Okay. Into 1, 1, 1, 1. This is equal to 1, 5, 3, 3, 1, 0 plus n. I am leaving it here because, as I said, this is a question. If you know the process or formula or the method, you should do it. Otherwise, you should leave it. Okay. And this is a question which, what the data is telling us, most of you should have left it. If you have attempted it, not worth it. Okay. So this I am putting in round 3 for most of you. But yes, when you're taking CAT, at that stage, it should not be round 3. This should be a round 1 question at the time of taking CAT. Okay. Okay. This is a question everyone should be attempting, and this may be logo ne gochi kar diya. A shop wants to sell certain quantity in kg grains. It sells half the quantity and additional 3 kg grains to the first customer. Sells half the remaining quantity and additional 3 kg grains to the second customer. Finally, when the shop sells half the remaining quantity and additional 3 kg of these grains to the third customer, there are no grain left. What is the initial quantity? Jugaad, choices. Take any choice and start checking. Which choice to check? Middle number. Always check the middle number, one of the numbers which is in the middle and which is convenient to work with. Okay, so that your calculation become easy. So if I start with 36, let me say I'll check for 36. Why? 18, 36, 42, 50. I can start with either 36 or 42. I am starting with 36. So if initially he had 36 kg rice, how much did he give away? And how much is he left with? Okay. Half of 36 is he gives half the quantity and additional 3 kg. 18 plus 3, 21 given. He is left with 15. So next customer out of 15 kg, 7.5 plus 3, 10.2, 10.5 given. How much is left with? 4.5. Okay. This tells me this cannot be the answer. I'll still go to the next step to find out, is my answer going to be more than 36 or less than 36? Okay. So if I take next is 4.5 kg left, how much will the third customer get? 2.25 plus 3 minus 5.25. So you are left with minus 0.75 kg. What does this mean? Ye to 0 hona chahiye. That means this number should be greater than 36. If I am left with a minus negative number of finally, this number should be greater than 36. That means my answer cannot be 36, it cannot be 18, it is either 42 or 50. Let's check for 42 now. If I check for x equal to 42, if x is 42, how much will he give? Half of 42, 21 plus 3, 24 given, and 18 left. Out of 18 kg, the second customer will get 9 plus 3, 12, and 6 will be left. Out the third customer, he'll get out of this kg, 3 plus 3, 6 kg will be given to him, 0 left. Correct answer, 42. So the jugaad of choice is extremely, extremely important. And this question should have been done directly by using the choices rather than doing anything else. Okay. Okay. Next question. Standard process oriented question. This is a formula based question. इसमें गलती नहीं होनी चाहिए, या attempt करोगे या नहीं करोगे. Glass is filled with milk. 2/3 of content is poured out and replaced with water. If this process of pouring out 2/3 of the content and placing water is repeated 3 more times. So how many times has it been done? 4 times. First and then 3 more times. Final ratio of milk to water. So let's start. Initially it is 100% milk. 2/3 are poured and replaced with water. It becomes 1/3 milk. So after the first titration, milk is nothing but 1/3 of the total. After that, what happens? It is this process repeated 3 more times. So next time, milk will become another 1/3. Third time, another 1/3. Fourth time, another 1/3. So what is milk as a percentage of total? This is 1/81. That means out of 81 liters of the mixture, 81 liters of the mixture, milk will be 1 liter and water will be 80 liters. Well, final ratio of milk to water in the glass 1:80. अब ये भी देखो ना, 30% did not decide to attempt such a stupid question. Out of them also who attempted, only 45% got it right. So this is a simple one. Again, look at those simple questions. Question number 16, again one of the easiest questions. This is one of the easiest question of this paper. And by the way, how many questions have we solved correctly so far? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, we already at 99 percentile. But if you even if you have left 3 questions out of these 12, so 12 questions correctly solved, you are at 99 percentile. Even if you have left 3 of them and you have done 9 questions correctly, you would be at 97 percentile. Big deal. Easy question. इनको करना जरूरी है, मुश्किल सवाल छोड़ने की आदत डालो, जैसे कि ये है ना, कहने लायक ही नहीं है. A plus B root n is a positive square root of this number, where A and B are integers and n is a natural number. Maximum possible value. Most of us will not be able to do it. We should be leaving it. If you read the question and you don't even know the starting point, is it worth even spending time? Look at this. 16% decided हमें कोशिश करनी है, and उनमें से about 14% could not do it. Only about 2%, 2 to 3%. 22% of 16 will be about 3%. Only 3% got it right. खराबी क्यों यार? शक्ल अच्छी नहीं लगी ना? Why are you wasting time? Leave the question. Question 17th is a question that should not have been wasted your time. You should not be wasting your time on. Same thing with question number 18th. Look at the data. 8% attempt. Out of them, आधों ने गलती किया है. Surface area of a closed rectangular box which is inscribed in the sphere is 846. Sum of length of all the edges is 144. What is the volume of the sphere? Please don't waste time. Question 18, not worth attempting. You should be leaving this question completely and moving on to other questions. Okay. Another question, let x, y, z be real numbers satisfying these two equations. What is a equal to? Now this is clearly telling you there are formulas which you will need to leave. Okay, their formula. Do you know x plus y plus z whole square? X plus y plus z whole square. That's the formula you'll need to use. And there also there will be lots of calculation and lots of steps which will be required. Don't waste time. This is at best a round 2 question. अगर इसको देखना भी है ना, मैं राउंड 2 में देखूंगा. राउंड 1 में तो बिल्कुल नहीं देखना, छोड़ दो यार. पहले अपने आसान सवाल करते हैं, फिर बाद में कुछ सोचेंगे. And look at this. Only 10% में से 27 got it right. That means out of 100% of the population, 2.7% got it right and 97.3% got it wrong. Why did you even attempt this question? Not worth attempting. Learn to leave questions. For any natural number n, let an be the largest number not exceeding under root n. Largest integer, not n. What is the value of this? Again, this is a pattern question to me. ये जो फंडा दिया ना, मुझे मालूम नहीं है क्या है, but if I start writing down, I'll hopefully get the pattern. So let me say any natural number n, then the value of a1, a2, a3. Okay, let an be the largest integer not exceeding under 1. So let me start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me look at this. Okay, what is largest number not exceeding under root n? What is under root of 1? Under root of 1 is 1. So the largest number not exceeding under root n will be 1. Under root 2 is 1.4. Under root 3 is 1.732. Under root 4 is 2. Now what is this? The largest number not exceeding this number is और द ग्रेटेस्ट इंटीजर फंक्शन हो गया ना, जेंट वाला जो होता है. So that means this should be 1, this should be 1, this should be 1. Under root 4, what will be the largest integer not exceeding under root 4? It is going to be 2. Under root 5 is 2.25. So this will be 2. Under root 6, under root 7, under root 9 is 3. Under root 9 is 3. So that means this should be 3 and all these should be 2. I have got the pattern in place now. 1 कितना का आएगा? All numbers up less than 2 square. That means 2 square minus 1, 1 square wale jitne number, 4 minus 1, 3 numbers. See, 1, 2, 3. These will be 1. So 1 into 3. 2 will be the answer for 3 square minus 2 square. 9 minus 4, 5. You can check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 3 will be the value for 4 square minus 3 square. So which is 16 minus 3? 16 minus 9, 7. 4 will be the value for 5 square minus 4 square. So 25 minus 9, 16, 9. Similarly, 5 will be value for 11. 6 will be the value for 13. 7 will be the value for 15 and so on and so forth. But how many numbers we have? 50. So 5 plus 3, 8, 7, 15. 15 plus 20 is 35, 48. So till here we have got 48 numbers. So how many are here? Till 50 we'll have 2 more. So what's the answer? 1 into 3, 3. 2 into 5, 10. 3 into 7, 21. 9 4s are 36. 11 5s are 55. 13 6s are 78. 7 2s are 14. Get the answer. This is a question which is a pattern question. If you just willing to write down the pattern, you will get the answer and you'll be able to get the 3 marks. Okay. Amount of rupees 10,000 is deposited in bank for certain simple interest, compound interest aa gaya. For a certain number of years at a simple interest of 5% per annum. On maturity, the total amount received in deposit is deposited in bank for another 5 years and the simple interest of 6% per annum. The interest received from bank A and bank B are in the ratio of 10:3. What is the investment period in bank A? Jo are choices. You have 1,000 rupees. Sorry, 10,000 rupees, not 1,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees. Okay. Deposited in bank A and at the rate of interest for 5% for n years. Let me say n years. Okay. On maturity, the total amount is deposited in bank B for another 5 years. Another 5 years in bank B for at 6% per annum. Okay. Interest received in the ratio of this. Okay. Let's take a number again. What number will I take? I'll take a middle number. 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me take 5. Any number is 5, but it's perfectly fine. I'll take a middle number. I'll normally not do these two. I'll start with the middle number so that I know whether I need to go up or go down. So if n is equal to 5, what would this mean? 25%. 5 into 5, that means you'll get 25% interest on 10,000, which is 2,500 rupees interest. Or the amount will become 10,000 plus 2,500, 12,500. And this 12,500 will be invested in bank B, and where you will get 6% for 5 years or 30% interest. And the interest you received is 10% is 1250, 30% will be 3750. Now, 25 is to 37.5. This is a ratio of 1 is to 1.5 or 10 is to 15. So this is wrong. We want the ratio to be 10 is to 13. If I want the ratio to be 10 is to 13, what does it mean? I want this interest to grow faster. What does that mean? This means n should be greater than 5. N should be greater than 5. That means this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. This should be the answer. Okay. Now, if you want to check, let's check. If n is equal to 6, we can still check and confirm if you want. This becomes 6 into 5, 30%. Or the interest will be equal to 3,000 rupees. Okay. 30% of 10,000. And the amount for the second bank become 10,000 plus 3,000, 13,000. And 30% of 13,000 is 33,900, which is 10 is to 13. The answer was there already. Okay, you did not need to do too much of calculation. As long as you're willing to use the jugaad of choices, you would have got the answer straight away. So please remember, your job is to look at the choices and not waste your time. And the last question: two places A and B, 45 kilometers apart, are connected by a straight road. So A and B, 45 kilometers apart, are connected by a straight road. Anil goes from A to B. So Anil is going from A to B, while Sunil is going from B to A. Starting from same time, they cross each other in exactly 1.5 hours. Okay, so 1.5 hours. If Anil reaches B exactly 1 hour 15 minutes after Sunil reaches A, speed of Anil in kilometers per hour. So what is speed of Anil plus Sunil? What is the sum of speeds? The distance of 45 kilometers is completed by both of them in 1.5 hours. So that means the sum of speed should be equal to 30 kilometers per hour. 45 upon 1.5 is equal to 30. So sum of the speeds is 30 kilometers per hour. Okay. Now please tell me, who's faster, Anil or Sunil? They start at the same time. Anil reaches B later. That means speed of Anil is less than speed of Sunil. If the sum of speeds is 30, that means speed of Anil should be less than 15. Speed of Anil should be less than 15. That means these two are wrong. Now let's check one of the two choices. We need to find speed of Anil in kilometers per hour. So it is either 14 or 12. I'll check the more convenient choice, which is 12. Why 12? Because 45 by 12 is a better number as compared to 45 by 14. So go for a number which is easier to work with. So how much time will Anil take? If speed of Anil is if speed of Anil is 12, then speed of Sunil should be 18. Let's see the time taken by Anil and Sunil. Sunil will take, time taken by Sunil will be 45 by 18. So 9 2s are 18, 9 5s are, which is 2.5 hours. And time taken by Anil will be 45 by 12. So 3 4s are 12, 15. 15 by 4, 3.75 hours. So Anil is taking 3.75 hours. Sunil is taking 2.5 hours. How much extra time is Anil taking? 1.25 hours, which is nothing but 1 hour and 15 minutes, which is what the question says. Satisfies the condition. Correct answer this one. जुगाड़ लगाओ, choices करो, बेकार में calculation मत करो, is what I want you to remember. Now please look at what have we done so far. In round one, which are the questions I said we should be doing? We should have done 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5 also, sorry. But 5 was a formula standard process based question. 6, 11, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 10, 11, 15, 16, 20, 21, 22. Which are my round 2 questions which I have left for later if I have time? 8 or 9. Which are the questions which I am saying, भैया कहने का कोई फायदा नहीं था, छोड़ देना चाहिए था for most of you? 4, 12, 14, 17, 18, 19. Now, how many questions are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 means you are already at 99 percentile. And if you have time and you can do this, you will be here. So please remember, this is a paper in which it is extremely important to choose the right questions to attempt. पेपर के अंदर ईगो साइड पे रख के किया जाता है. सवाल देख के उसके पीछे नहीं लगना. छोड़ दो अगर नहीं आता है, no one will know. If you are willing to leave difficult question, you will have sufficient time to do easy questions. That is what I want you to remember as far as this paper is concerned. Okay. So this is where I will stop. And my apologies for taking the extra 5 minutes. Sazil, I'll get it back to you. And as I said, let me just get back here. Let me stop the sharing. Yes, stop sharing. Okay. So Sazil, over from if there any specific question, I'll be happy to take. And as I said, my apologies for 2 things taking 10 minutes extra. And those 2 questions where there were errors, I should have corrected them. Okay. Okay. Sazil, you are on mute.
The next speaker being Gautam Baba, I'm sure he will make up for the time, those 5 minutes. So that shouldn't be a problem, GP. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that there are no many questions here, but some students were answering while you were
चलो
talking.
अच्छा है.
So I think
If
it has been
students
a
are
very
answering among
interesting.
themselves, that's the best thing, because that means वो लोग भी इसका फंडा समझ के अप्लाई करना शुरू कर दें. वो बहुत जरूरी है.
G. Right. So thank you so much, GP, and have a great day. Let's bring
And
Gautam
just
Baba.
a word, Gautam, late second slot या third slot का ये नुकसान होता है. You
हमेशा
get less time. I can take extra 5 minutes.
सी जीपी आज ना डबल लॉस है. आज इंडिया पाकिस्तान भी है, तो मैंने अगर गलती से ओवरशूट कर दिया तो आक्स की बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी. सो आई विल ट्राई माय लेवल बेस्ट.
When I take cat, I prefer having the second or the third slot, but ये सेशन में पहला slot अच्छा लगता है. चलो, okay, thank you and all the best.
Hi, Aks. How are you?
मैं भी आ गया हूँ. Hi.
Wonderful.
So, yeah. How is IT Kanpur doing?
बढ़िया sir. This is the last 1 month where the weather is nice.
चलो. That's true. Hope you have gone to Kumbh. तुम तो बगल में हो.
नहीं सर, कुंभ नहीं जा
नहीं गए. I was planning to, but everyone around me was discouraging me, and जो साथ जाने वाले थे वो सब पीछे उठ गए, तो मैंने कहा चलो मैं भी छोड़ देता हूँ.
कानपुर से प्रयागराज is only 4 hours, but now it is taking 9 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours kind of things on the highways.
ठीक है. चलो.
Like the joke goes ना, अभी आजकल बहुत सारे लोग रास्ते में अटके हैं, न घर का न घाट का वाला फंडा हो जाता है.
Literally,
Literally. So yeah, over to you, Gautam. We will all move out of the screen and continue.
Bye.
Thank you. Hi guys, good afternoon. Just a simple hello, hi if you're able to hear me. If you're able to see me, just a hello, hi, a CC, a crystal clear, or a yes if I'm audible and visible, so that we can go ahead and kickstart today's session. Once I move to the presentation, I won't be able to see a lot of the chat box. However, in case you have questions, keep asking me. I will keep coming back to the chat box after every set or after every specific concept that I've gone ahead and covered. Hey Kushagra, Mandira, Pranshu, Rachit. Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. Hi Binary Dice. So we are aware. We have India Pakistan starting at 2:30. That's a good time. It's not happening at 1:30 at least. So you've got roughly about 3 hours for that. उस 3 hours में हम करने क्या वाले हैं? Next 1 hour, roughly about 60 to 70 minutes, we are going to go ahead and focus on the DILR section. Post that, Arks will come in to talk about the VARC section. Before I go ahead and kickstart, let me have a sip of water. Let me get all geared up for today's session. So आज का फंडा बहुत सिंपल सा होने वाला है guys. What we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about what the DILR section is all about, and I'm sure most of you all know it, so we won't spend too much time on that. Just like GP took us through the percentile to score mapping, we'll have a look at that as well. Specifically since COVID, that means 2020 till now, laying a little bit of stress, specifically to last year, which is CAT 2024, happened roughly about 3.5 months back, focusing on that, and then eventually moving to the Slot-1 paper, looking at the paper and focusing on certain important tenets that I want you to keep in mind. That's basically what the structure is going to be. You are aware of the paper pattern, so I'm not going to go deeper into that. One surprise that was in store this year was basically that the DILR section had 22 questions instead of 20. Over the last 2 years, more or less, they've got 20 questions. More often than not, it's been 4 sets. There was a year in between where it had where there were 5 sets. This year, it turned out to be 5 sets and 22 questions. So it was a mixture of the two. And like we always state, जब भी कोई change होता है paper में, whenever there is a change in the paper pattern, that almost always implies that at least for that particular section, the LOD will go down. That is something that we observed for a very long time, and that is exactly what happened this year as well. If you have a look at this particular slide, you will see that the score to percentile slide, this is specifically for DILR, and in case you don't have it already, take a screenshot of this or write it down in your notebook, because it's very, very important, just like GP was talking about in the quant section. Look at this, look at the 80 percentile. Now 80 percentile more or less for general category students is the sectional cutoff across all IIMs and top B schools, other than IIM Lucknow, which looks at an 85 percentile. Now, if I look at 80 percentile, you will realize that the highest marks corresponding to an 80 percentile was in CAT 24, and this is where the paper pattern changed. And this is why we constantly go ahead and harp on this issue कि अगर pattern कुछ change होगा कुछ फर्क आएगा. 2020 also was the COVID year, so paper pattern changed completely, right? There were 76 questions, it became a 2-hour paper. Once again, look, it was 16. So the years in which the score to percentile we see is the highest, that means higher marks needed for the same percentile, have been those specific years where there was some change in the pattern specific to this section as compared to the previous year. I hope this part is clear to everybody, and that is something that we should always keep an eye on. Hypothetically, इस साल जब पेपर आए, आप कैट में बैठे हो, slot 1 है, you will not know beforehand paper pattern ज़्यादा change हो रहा है कि नहीं, but आप बैठे हो and you have a look at the instructions and you realize, oh, this year it's back to 20 questions or it's back to 24 questions, something. If there is going to be a change, there is a probability, there is a chance. I'm not saying certainty, there is a probability that the level of difficulty might be slightly on the easier side, because whenever something changes, they do not want a double whammy for students. That means pattern bhi change ho gaya, to strategy bhi apni change karo, aur upar se jaake level of difficulty bhi badha do. Do areas se they do not want to attack students. Okay, keep that in mind. Look at the 90 percentile. Once again, 23 marks. Now keep this in mind. Last year we saw questions, four question sets. We saw 5 question sets. Previously, we've also seen 6 question sets, right? We've seen all of that. Now, if we have a look at it from that perspective, you can basically turn around and state that in order to score an 80 percentile this year, 1 set was not going to suffice. You would have surely needed at least 2 sets. At least venturing into 2 sets was a necessity. Whereas if I look at all the other years, that was probably not a necessity. So that was a very drastic change that happened this year in CAT. Once again, because the level of difficulty was slightly lower. As we keep moving up from a percentile perspective, look at this. And 99 was almost at 38. That means मेरे को 4th set में most probably घुसना पड़ेगा ही. Because otherwise what I could turn around and do is I could say, okay, there are 5 question sets. कि 3 अगर 5 question sets है वो पूरा करो, वो generally होता नहीं है. You would have guaranteed need to solve 3 or probably venture into the 4th set out of 5 as well, which generally does not happen. However, once again, I'm pointing this out. If I was in slot 1, when I looked at the paper pattern, and I was in slot 1, when we saw that 22 questions, mind thoda at ease ho gaya that probably the LOD will not be as high as expected or as high as what it has been in previous years. So once again, I will state that these are certain intangibles that you can play with at the time of attempting the paper. Now, if we look at it specifically from last year's perspective, focus on the DILR part, this is exactly what I've been talking about. 80 percentile, like we spoke about, it went up to about 17 marks. 85, and this is where IIM Lucknow actually comes into the picture because it has the highest sectional cutoff. उसके लिए 19 था, and then as you keep going up, and like we stated, 99 was at 38, 99.5 was at 41. Now look at this. यहाँ पे for each 3 mark there is a 2 percentile jump. यहाँ पे 7 marks का 2 percentile, यहाँ पे 3 marks पे only 0.5 percentile, and that is exactly what happens. Look at the lower end. 2 marks पे 5 percentile, 2 marks पे 5 percentile, 4 marks पे 5 percentile. At the upper end, 7 marks पे 2 percentile. यहाँ पे देखो 2 marks पे 5 percentile, यहाँ पे 7 marks पे 2 percentile. As you keep going up, the competition keeps increasing. At the lower end, the competition is not very high. Hence, we constantly harp on this fact that generally clearing the sectionals will not be that difficult. But when you aim to get that higher percentile of a 99, 99.5, that's where competition really comes to the fore. Okay. This is that important slide that we were talking about. In case you didn't note it then, note it now. In terms of percentile to score and the important parameters, I would say 85 पे focus करो, 80 पे focus ही मत करो. Because if you end up looking at 85 percentile, you will clear sectionals for every single IIM. And then at this point in time, considering you've got about close to about 9 months to go, obviously everybody should be looking at this particular region. You should not even look at this region at this point in time. Focus should be here. That is, how do I ensure that I score as much as possible? Which means 13 questions, which means venturing into at least 3 sets in totality or maybe the 4th set overall. These are a couple of slides which at this point in time I wouldn't say are very, very important. However, in case you are one of those who's just about started your preparation and you want to know, यार क्वांट में तो मुझे पता है टॉपिक्स क्या होते हैं, टाइम स्पीड डिस्टेंस होता है, टाइम एंड वर्क होता है, परसेंटेजेस होता है, लॉग्स होता है, नंबर्स में फैक्टर्स होता है, फैक्टोरियल्स होता है, एंड सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ. पर एलआरडीआई में होता क्या है, पजल्स सुनना है, पर टॉपिक्स क्या होते हैं. This is how we go ahead and categorize certain topics, and what we've done is we've looked at the topics or the kind of genres from which sets have come over the last 7 to 8 years. And as you would realize, if I look at this particular region, most of the sets have come from here. I will once again add this caveat at this point in time, don't focus too much on it, but in case you're just desperate to understand कि वो topics क्या होते हैं ताकि मेरे को थोड़ा resonate हो, यही है matrix and grade, matrix arrangement, Venn diagram, scheduling matrix, unconventional hybrid games and tournaments. So important topics, if I look at it, I always say arrangements, Venn diagram, games and tournaments, and reasoning based DI. These four generally turn out to be the most important. Iske alawa, you will find a missing data set coming sometimes, a quintessential DI set coming sometimes. This time also there was a DI set, and so on and so forth. So these are basically the important topics to look at. In terms of level of difficulty, and this is what students are generally the most afraid of, ki bhaiya, this is the most difficult section in CAT, isme to percentile aa hi nahi sakta. If you have a look at this, look at the number of sets in this range, add it, that's 57 sets. So we are saying 57 out of 102 sets, that means greater than 55% of the sets were actually medium or less than medium in terms of level of difficulty, which means agar hum bas ye identify kar le, if we are able to identify the sets which are not that difficult and are able to go ahead and attempt them, we are probably in a good situation. And that generally translates to 50%, like I just pointed out. So in case there are going to be 5 sets, there will be at least 2 sets that are going to be easy and probably a third set that's going to be moderate. इन 3 को अगर हम लोग ने कर लिया, हैंडल कर लिया, generally a 99 percentile is not going to be very far away. So the important pointers are now, and that is exactly what we're going to talk about, is ये सब बोलना तो बहुत आसान है, but how do I pick up those sets? How do I know, looking at a particular set upfront, ये easy है नहीं है, क्या करना है? So these are going to be the important tenets that I'm going to talk about. So first one, how do you pick up the set? Second, the information that you require to solve a particular set is not just given in the setup or the mother data. What is the setup? वो जो information आता है before the questions come. That is one part of the information. The options in the questions are also information. So please keep that in mind, okay? Please keep that in mind, that the options are also information. The third is, each time I'm reading a particular set, read the set along with that, read the questions. Because when you read the questions along with it, you get that additional information and it gives you a fair idea of how to approach it. और कि ये मेरे को उठाना भी चाहिए कि नहीं. समझो एक सेट है जिसमें हर क्वेश्चन ही if then है. Every question has an if then. That means you know that if there are 4 questions in that set, each of those 4 questions is a different scenario. So it's almost like solving 4 standalone questions that might take very long. There is another set where out of the 5 questions, 4 are MCQ, there is no if then direct hai. Who played against B? How many points did C score? Something like that. Then you know, मेरे को एक बार उस setup को solve करना है, उसके बाद मेरे 4 question तो minimum निकल जाएंगे. Those questions are important. Finally, which a very, very important point that we need to keep in mind, DILR हमें लगता है is all about a game of sets. Actually, there is no such thing. Even in the previous slide, I went ahead and told you that generally in order to score a 99 percentile, even last year, you needed 13 questions. Now, who is stopping you from attempting the paper like this? Something like this. If you look at this, 3 plus 3, 6 plus 4, 10 plus 2 plus 1. You could have attempted 13 questions by going through all 5 sets and picking up certain questions which are very easy to solve. Generally ये करना difficult होता है because एक बार आप एक set में घुस जाते हो, it's very difficult to hold yourself back and state अब नहीं होगा. However, that is again something that we are going to go ahead and showcase today. In certain sets, there is no need to hold back. When you picked it up, go ahead and complete it in totality. In other sets, you might not want to do it because you would realize last के एक दो question या एक दो question मैंने जो छोड़ दिए, उसमें the time that I will need to put in, the return on that investment of that time might be slightly lower as compared to attempting some other set. Okay, and finally the most important point कि ये सब तो अब मैंने कर लिया, उसके बाद how do I identify कि भैया what is my point of initiation, मतलब in each set where do I kickstart with. So these are the important tenets that we're going to go ahead and keep in mind, and I'm going to go ahead and kickstart with CAT 2024 slot 1. But before I start, are we all clear? Are we all clear? Are we ready to go? Everyone, are we ready to go? I want to hear CCs, I want to hear yes, and then we will go ahead and kickstart. We are sitting at 11:42. We have roughly about say 50-55 minutes. In those 50-55 minutes, let's attempt this like an actual paper. 40 minutes type ही करने की मैं कोशिश करूंगा, ठीक है? Ready? Kickstart. Lovely. Thanks Gurbaksh, Tegveer, Aman, Rachit, Pooja, Sachin. Perfect. And I like that name, Sachin Arts. I don't know if some of you all follow cricket or not. Yesterday, the Indian Masters were playing against the Sri Lankan Masters, and Sachin Tendulkar was playing as well. So Sachin, जब भी बोलते हो, दिल अंदर से बहुत खुश हो जाता है. Let's go ahead and kickstart. So what I'm going to do is, there are 5 sets in this particular paper. I will read the 5 sets upfront, and on the basis of certain parameters, I will state मैं इसको solve करता नहीं करता, करूंगा तो किस number पे करूंगा, first set, third set, second set, so on and so forth. And then once we have come up with the order in which we want to attack this paper, we will go ahead and start solving. Obviously, the objective today is not to solve the paper, but to showcase to you how to solve the paper. Okay, let's kickstart. The game of Quiet is played between 2 teams. 6 teams numbered 1 to 6 play in a Quiet tournament. These teams are divided equally into 2 groups. In the tournament, each team plays every other team in the same group only once, and each team in the other group exactly twice. The tournament has several rounds, each of which consists of a few games. Every team plays exactly 1 game in each round. मैं बस इतना पढ़ता हूँ. The moment I read this, I turn around and state, ठीक है, 2 ग्रुप होने वाले हैं, A and B, सिंपल रखता हूँ. इधर 3 टीम्स होने वाली है, इधर 3 टीम्स होने वाली है. For simplicity sake, I don't know teams क्या, let me call them X, Y, Z. Let me call them M, N, O. Now, what is it saying? In the tournament, each team plays every other team in the same group 1. So X will play Y once, X will play Z once. 2 games हो गई. And each team in the other group exactly twice. X will play M twice, N twice, O twice. So 2 to 2, which is 6. So 2 plus 6. That means X will play 8. X will play 8 games. In the same way, every team will play 8 games. यहाँ तक मुझे clear समझ आ गया, ठीक है? And they've categorically stated one thing: every team plays exactly 1 game in each round. If X is going to play 8 games and every team plays 1 game in each round, that means the number of rounds is 8. मैं 8 मैच खेल रहा हूं और ईच राउंड में एक ही मैच खेल रहा हूं, मतलब 8 ही राउंड होंगे, राइट? सो यहां तक मेरे को एकदम क्लियर हो गया. एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन क्या है? ईच टीम प्लेड अगेंस्ट अ टीम फ्रॉम द अदर ग्रुप इन राउंड 8. In round 4 and 7, the matchups, that is a pair of teams playing against each other, were identical. In round 5 and 8, the matchups were identical. So 4 and 7 भी identical है, 5 and 8 भी identical है. Okay, perfect. So that means in round 4, if say team 1 plays against team 4, in round 7 also that will happen. मतलब round 4 and 7 में opposite groups की teams are playing, because if they are in the same group, they can play each other only once. So they have to be in opposite groups. 5 and 8 में they have to be in opposite group, ठीक है? Team 4 played team 6 in round 1 and 2. Team 1 played 5 only once. When I read this only once, and they put it like this also, इसका मतलब team 1 and team 5 तो same group पे होंगे, खाली एक बार ही खेलते हैं. Lovely. Team 3 played team 4 in round 3. Team 1 played team 6 in round 6. In round 8, team 3 played team 6, while team 2 played team 5. ठीक है, additional information है. Information का क्या करना है पता नहीं, पर हमें setup समझ आ गया. There are basically going to be 2 groups. Each group में 3 टीम है. हमें ये जानना होगा कौन किसके साथ किस राउंड में खेलता है. Clear. Let's look at the questions. How many rounds were there in the tournament? Guess what? Question समझने में ही मेरे को समझ आ गया. There are 8 rounds. So एक question तो आंसर हो गया while I was just understanding the set. Just answer. Lovely. एक तो खत्म. What is the number of the team that played team 1 in round 5? I don't know. Okay, but it can be solved. ऊपर से थीटा है, मतलब एक ही यूनिक आंसर होगा. केसेस तो होंगे नहीं. Which team among the teams number 2, 3, 4 and 5 was not part of the same group? Lovely. MCQ. Unique answer होगा. What is the number of the team that played team 1 in round 7? Unique answer. What is the number of the team that played team 6 in round 3? Unique answer. So important things. there will be unique answers, so मतलब there will not be multiple cases. एक क्वेश्चन तो मेरा ऑलरेडी आंसर हो गया है, सेटअप मुझे समझ आ रहा है, surely a set that I can go ahead and solve. Would you agree with me? Would you agree with me, everybody? Already, while just looking at it, one question done from the setup, I feel I can try solving this. Whether it should be priority 1 or not, I don't know, but I can try solving this. Am I clear till here, everybody? Okay. Binary is asking what is Quant. I don't care. It is some game. They've made it up. Okay. कोई भी गेम है, but they've made it up. लेख के मुझे लग रहा है मैं कर सकता हूं. मैं खुश हो गया भैया, एक सेट तो मैं कर पाऊंगा. 40 मिनट है, एक सेट तो कर पाऊंगा. Happiness. Let's move to the second. Let's read. Two students, Amya and Ramya, are the only candidates in an election for the position of CR. Students will vote based on the intensity level of Amya's and Ramya's campaigns and the type of campaigns they run. Each campaign is said to have a level of 1 if it is a staid campaign and a level of 2 if it is a vigorous campaign. Campaigns can be of 2 types. They can either focus on issues or attacking the other campaign. ठीक है, तो क्या हो रहा है? बेसिकली या तो वो लेवल 1 होगा या लेवल 2 होगा, एंड उसके अंदर या तो वो इशू होगा या वो अटैकिंग होगा. बेसिकली ऐसा कुछ है. वो लोग ये बोल रहे हैं इसके बारे कि भैया देयर आर 2 काइंड्स ऑफ कैंपेन, या तो लेवल 1 एंड लेवल 2, एंड सिमिलरली देयर आर 2 काइंड्स ऑफ कैंपेन्स फोकसिंग ऑन इशू और फोकसिंग ऑन अटैकिंग द अदर कैंडिडेट. ठीक है, समझ आ गया मेरे को, सेटअप समझ आ गया. लेट्स रीड. If Amya and Ramya both run campaigns focusing on issues, then the percentage of students voting in the election will be 20 times the sum of the levels of campaigning of the 2 students. इसका मतलब, for example, if Amya and Ramya both run vigorous campaigns, then 20 into 2 plus 2, that is 80% of the students will vote. So vigorous campaign है 20 into 2 plus 2, but vigorous का मतलब क्या है? Let's keep reading. Among voting students, the percentage of students for each candidate will be proportional to the levels of campaigns. For example, if Amya runs a staid campaign while Ramya runs a vigorous campaign, then Amya will receive 1/3. Okay. So they've told me level 1 is nothing but staid and level 2 is nothing but vigorous. चलो और info आ गया. तो ये मैं ना अपनी नोट कॉपी में लिख रहा हूँ कि ये ऐसा एक टेबल आने वाला है. लेवल 1 स्टेड है, लेवल 2 विग्रस है, and it is going to be focusing on issues or it is going to be attacking. Basically फंडा ये है. This is all that I've gone ahead and understood. अब ये लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अगर लेवल 1 एंड लेवल 2 होगा तो 1/3 एंड 2/3 हो गया. सिमिलरली अगर लेवल 1 एंड लेवल 1 होगा तो हाफ एंड हाफ हो जाएगा. लेवल 2 एंड लेवल 2 होगा तो 2/4 मतलब हाफ एंड हाफ हो जाएगा. लेवल 2 एंड लेवल 1 होगा तो 2/3 एंड 1/3 हो जाएगा. समझ आ गया, कोई टेंशन नहीं है. We've understood the setup now. ठीक है, there is more information. The above mentioned percentages change as follows if at least one of them runs a campaign attacking their opponents. तो अभी तक अटैक की बात नहीं की थी, अब अटैक सडनली आ गया, मतलब इस सेगमेंट की हम बात कर रहे हैं. If Amya runs a campaign attacking Ramya and Ramya runs a campaign focusing on issues, so Amya is attacking Ramya and Ramya बोलती है नहीं यार मैं तो अच्छी बच्ची हूँ, मैं किसी को अटैक नहीं कर रही, मैं इश्यूज के डील करूंगी. तो स्टूडेंट बॉडी आके क्या बोलेगा? स्टूडेंट बॉडी बोलेगा Amya is not good, lesser of us are voting and they are stating 10% of the students who would have otherwise voted for Amya will vote for Amya, and another 10% decide that they will not vote at all. Perfect. In the same way, if Ramya runs a campaign attacking Amya, then Amya, while Amya is focusing on a campaign of issues, 20% of students who would have otherwise voted for Ramya will vote for Amya, and another 5% would have otherwise voted for Ramya will not vote at all. And if both run campaigns attacking each other, then 10% of students who otherwise would have voted, they will end up not voting at all. So setup is easy, but it is slightly confusing, right? Amya है, Ramya है, vigorous campaign है, issue वाला campaign है, ये attack करेगा नहीं करेगा, थोड़ा complicated है in terms of the setup. समझ आ गया है, but parameters थोड़े ज्यादा लग रहे हैं. अब प्लीज मेरे को भी read करके अब पढ़ते question. If both of them run a staid campaign attacking each other, then what percentage of students will vote in the election? ये तो बहुत easy है क्योंकि ये लोग ने staid campaign बोल ही दिया, level 1 है. If both are level 1, then 20 into 1 plus 1 मतलब 40% होगा. 40% होगा. बट यहाँ पे ये लोग ने बोल दिया अटैकिंग ईच अदर, मतलब इसके बाद मेरे को थोड़ा और कुछ काम करना होगा, इस सेगमेंट में मेरे को घुसना पड़ेगा. सो आंसर इज गोइंग टू बी लेस देन 40%. ये तो मुझे क्लियर दिख रहा है. सो मतलब ये नहीं हो सकता, ये नहीं हो सकता. आइदर द आंसर इज 36 और 40. सो ये देख के मुझे समझ आ रहा है इतना डिफिकल्ट नहीं होगा, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड होगा. व्हाट इज द मिनिमम परसेंटेज ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स हु विल वोट इन द इलेक्शन? Well, whenever I read maximum minimum, I start thinking there'll be cases. But the good part is this is options, MCQ. Maxima minima with MCQ is very good because then I can start eliminating. समझो मेरा 32 आंसर आ गया, minimum पूछा है, there is no option less than 32 वही आंसर होगा. Next wala, if Amya runs a campaign focusing on issues, then what is the maximum percentage of votes that she can get? Once again, maxima minima, but with options, so I don't mind it too much. MCQ, maxima minima के साथ option आ जाए, मेरे को ज़्यादा stress नहीं होता जिंदगी में. If Ramya runs a campaign attacking Amya, then what is the minimum percentage of votes? Once again, minimum, and then once again, maximum. So, if I'm looking at this set now, what are you stating? What will you turn around and state? नंबर ऑफ पैरामीटर्स थोड़े ज्यादा लग रहे हैं, थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. L1 L2 हो गया, फिर अटैक करेंगे नहीं करेंगे, बट एंड ऊपर से मैक्सिमम मिनिमा है. बट द गुड पार्ट इज फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन लग रहा है फिर से थोड़ा सॉल्वेबल है बिना ज्यादा कुछ देखे. उसके अलावा द मैक्सिमम मिनिमा क्वेश्चंस व्हिच आर देयर, all of them have an option associated with it. So once again I feel I can attempt it, but whether it will be the first priority or not, I don't know. Will you agree? Will you agree? अटेम्प्टेबल तो है, प्रायोरिटी में बिगिनिंग में है कि नहीं मेरे को पता नहीं, अटेम्प्टेबल तो है. सो इफ आई वर टू टेक अ कॉल, आई वुड से आई वुड अटेम्प्ट सेट 1 फर्स्ट, देन सेट 2. हो सकता है सेट 1 में आई डोंट इवन ट्राई सॉल्विंग ऑल क्वेश्चंस, आई ट्राई सॉल्विंग ओनली 2 3 व्हिच आर इजी एंड देन आई क्विकली मूव टू सेट 2. बट आई विल फर्स्ट वांट टू लुक एट सेट 1 बिकॉज़ सेट 1 में 2-3 तो मेरे को सिटर दिख रहे थे, एटलीस्ट वो स्टार्टिंग वाला एक तो आंसर भी हो चुका है. दैट्स हाउ आई एम अप्रोचिंग इट. वुड यू एग्री गाइस? क्विकली. So for me the priority has become 1 2, जो अभी तक आया था उसी के accordingly I will go ahead and solve. I am not changing anything. Quickly I need answers so that we can keep moving. Come on, jaldi jaldi. Third set. Okay, good to see the answers. Good to see the answers. ठीक है, perfect. Third set. The chart below shows the price data for 7 shares. अब ये देख के ही, how many of you follow the stock market? How many of you do that? ये देख के मेरे को स्टॉक मार्केट स्ट्राइक कर रहा है. आई एम लुकिंग एट दिस एंड आई एम थिंकिंग ऑफ द स्टॉक मार्केट, स्पेशली एट दिस पॉइंट इन टाइम कि भैया लगी पड़ी है. ठीक है, कि अभी लगी पड़ी है, मार्केट कैसी गिर रही है, तो छोड़ो. हाउ टू डिसाइड बिटवीन विच पैरामीटर टेबल इज टू बी मेड? Quati, I am not looking at solving right now at all. When I get to solving, I'll talk about that. Abhi I am only looking at identification in terms of prioritization. Clear? When it comes to solving, I'll get to it. Okay, let's quickly get back. Okay, so this looks like, you know, candlestick plot. It looks like the stock market. Have a look at it. थोड़ा सा अगर stock market के बारे पता है आपको, पता है red मतलब I'm losing, it is called bearish. Green मतलब I'm winning, it is called bullish. We know that already. Let's have a read. Chart below shows the price data for 7 shares A to G as a candlestick plot for a particular day. The vertical axis shows the price of the share in rupees. A share whose closing price at the end of the day is more than its opening price is called bullish, otherwise it's called bearish. ये तो पता ही है. If closing is greater than opening, मतलब growth हुआ है, positive है, profit है, तो उसको bull बोलते हैं. If closing is less than opening, मतलब गिरा है market, loss हुआ है, तो उसको bear बोलते हैं. This we know. Great. All bullish and bearish shares are shown in green and red respectively. Lovely. So if I'm looking at this, from this chart, I can go ahead and state that there are these 4. There is a day's high price, there is an opening price, there is a closing price, there is a day's low price. When the closing price is below the opening price, वो red हो जाता है bearish. When the closing price is above the opening price, वो green हो जाता है, which is bullish. That's it. So I can get these 4 values for each of these 7 shares, and I can just go ahead and make that a simple table. So देख के तो मुझे लग रहा है तो simple table depiction है. Question क्या है? The daily share price variability is defined as high price minus low price divided by average of opening and closing. ठीक है, ये तो easy है. I have all that data, I can find it out. Which among A, C, D and F has the highest SPV can be found out. Daily share price variability is defined as the same thing. How many shares had an SPV greater than 0.5? Direct है once again. Daily loss for a share is defined as opening minus closing by opening. Again, I have data for all 3. Which among the shares A, B, F and G had the highest daily loss? Can be categorically find out. What would have been the percentage wealth gain for a trader who bought equal numbers of all bullish shares at opening and sold them at the day's high? Bullish मतलब green वाले, खाली वो green वाले देखने. Lovely. All 4 questions look straightforward because every single piece of information is there in the chart. All I need to go ahead and represent it in a table and then do simple calculation. This is basically a math question. This is basically percentages. इसमें तो कुछ करना ही नहीं है, ये तो guaranteed set करना है, ये तो लल्लू मार्क्स आने वाले हैं फ्री के. I am going to do this set before 1 and 2. Am I clear till here? Am I clear? There is absolutely nothing additional that we need to go ahead and do. Are we clear? Rachit, absolutely. That is exactly how I do it. I would first categorically go ahead and look at all sets. Okay, because then I know which set to start off with. I know the priority order, and then on the basis of that, I know exactly how to go ahead and proceed. Are we clear? 3, 1, 2. This is how I would look at it. Guaranteed 3 से अभी मैं शुरू करूंगा because 3 is way ahead of the other 2 in terms of solving. Let's move to set 4. The following additional facts are, the chart below provides complete information about the number of countries visited by Dheeraj, Samantha and Nitesh in Asia, Europe and the rest of the world. Look at Dheeraj. What does it state? In Asia he visits 3, in Europe he visits 7, in rest of the world he visits 1 and so on and so forth. ठीक है, lovely. So हर बंदे का I will know how many Asia, how many Europe, how many rest of world. Okay. The following additional facts are known about the countries visited by them. 32 countries were visited by at least one of them. Whenever I read something like this, at least one of them, there are 3 of them, and I see 370, यहाँ पे 0, Samantha का ये हो जाएगा 9, and then 4, यहाँ पे एक 1 आ जाएगा, यहाँ पे एक 6 आ जाएगा, यहाँ पे एक 12. Whenever I look at this and you add 12 plus 6 plus 1 is 19, 4 plus 9 plus 0 is 13, 7 plus 3 plus 1 is 11. You add these 3 numbers, you are seeing it's more than 32. That means some of the countries will be visited by exactly 2 of them, some will be visited by exactly 3 of them. Automatically my brain is telling me this is like a Venn diagram. Some countries will be visited only by 1 person, some countries visited by exactly 2 people, some countries visited by all 3 people. It's a Venn diagram. My brain is telling me, Gautam, this is a Venn diagram set. I am satisfied. Parameters भी 3 ही है, 3 parameter का Venn diagram easy to solve होता है, ज़्यादा stress नहीं है. First 3 set भी देख के लग रहा है solvable तो है, nothing which is exceptionally difficult और नहीं हो सकता. ये वाला भी एक known entity तो है. Happiness is coming in that of the first 4 sets, all 4 look like known entities. Automatically there is positivity. Please keep in mind now at this point in time when I'm explaining, I'm taking a long time because I'm talking to you and explaining. When I'm doing this in the CAT paper, and once you do this continuously for 7, 8, 9 months through your mocks, in the beginning you'll be slow. You might take 8-10 minutes to do this. 3 months down the line, that will come down to 6 minutes. Another 3 months down the line, that will come down to 4 minutes. By the time you reach CAT, if it's about 4-5 minutes, 35-minute paper where 5 minutes you've gone ahead and invested in identifying the priority order. In 35 minutes, you'll surely crack at least 3 sets, if not 4. That's the funda. And that is what we need to go ahead and learn. Clear? Additional information agar dekhe, USA is the only country visited by all 3 of them. Great. ये तो proper Venn diagram बनने वाला है, all three आने वाला है. China is the only country that was visited by both Dheeraj and Nitesh but not Samantha. This is a proper Venn diagram set. What are the kind of questions? How many countries were visited by at least one, matlab exactly 1, exactly 2, exactly 3. Perfect. How many countries in Europe were visited only by Nitesh? Direct. How many countries in ROW were visited by both Nitesh and Samantha? Direct. How many countries in Europe were visited exactly one of Dheeraj, Samantha, Nitesh? All direct and Venn diagram. Once again, a set which I feel that I will enjoy doing. I have no stress in doing it because Venn diagram easy है. So मैं क्या करूँगा? मैं 3-1 रखूँगा अभी भी because 1 के अंदर मेरे को लगता है कि 1-2 क्वेश्चन तो बहुत जल्दी हो जाएंगे. इसमें थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा. मैं 4 यहाँ ले आऊँगा, मैं 2 यहाँ ले आऊँगा. This is how I would approach it. And now quickly moving to the fifth set. Let's have a look at that. 6 web surfers M, N, O, P, X and Y each had 30 stars which they distributed among 4 bloggers A, B, C and D. The number of stars received by A and B from the 6 web servers is shown in the figure below. So there are 6 web surfers and there are how many bloggers? There are 4 bloggers. 6 surfers, 4 bloggers. Surfers are giving stars to the bloggers. Simple funda hai. और सबको कोई number of star मिलने वाला है. The number of stars received by the bloggers from the surfers were all multiples of 5. Total number of stars received by the bloggers were the same. Each blogger received a different number of stars from him. 2 surfers gave all their stars to a single blogger. D received most stars. Basically, ho kya raha hai? I have 2 parameters, only 2. One is web surfers and second is bloggers. There are just 2 parameters. Now, if you've already done arrangements, this is almost like missing data arrangement when there are 2 parameters. एक parameter को column header बनाओ, एक को row header बनाओ. मतलब I will have a table like this: M, N, O, P, X, Y, A, B, C, D. Khatam kahani. Just have this table, go ahead and fill this table. That's it. That is all that we need to go ahead and do in this set. How many stars that M give to A? How many does M give to B? How many does P give to D? How many does X give to this? How many does this give to this? As simple as that. एक ये table बनानी और कुछ नहीं होना. Information already given है. What are the questions stating? Total number of stars received by D, direct. What was the number of stars received by D from Y? There is a CBD. Please keep in mind. How many surfers distributed the stars among exactly 2? So direct. Which of the following can be determined with certainty? So not direct. So once again, when I'm looking at this is a basic numbers oriented set जिसमें कोई स्ट्रेस ही नहीं है, बहुत सिंपल सा है. एंड बेस्ट बात क्या है, इस टेबल में बस आपको जाके नंबर्स एंटर करनी है. नाउ देयर आर 2 ways to do it. Number 1, if you are like me who loves numbers, who loves arrangement, this is what we like to call numbers based arrangement. This is the kind of set that somebody like me loves, because it's from my 2 loves, arrangement and numbers. If you're one of those who doesn't like numbers or doesn't like arrangements, this should not be a priority set. But for somebody like me, this is guaranteed going to be a priority set because I enjoy it. So I will do 3, 5, 1, 4, 2. This is the order in which I want to go ahead and solve my sets. As simple as that. Are we clear till here, everybody? Are we clear till here? Okay. What does the question want to tell when it says at least 1? At least 1 का मतलब सिर्फ एटलीस्ट 1 भी हो सकता है, 2 भी हो सकता है, 3 भी हो सकता है, 4 भी हो सकता है, 5 भी हो सकता है, कुछ भी डिपेंडिंग ऑन पैरामीटर्स. वेन डायग्राम वाला था तो अप टू 3 हो सकता है. तो exactly 1, exactly 2, exactly 3, all. Okay. While reading the sets, while prioritizing, in how much detail should we read the questions? Do we read the constraints also? How to prioritize while reading a skeletal structure or real? Okay, exactly like I did it. I read the set, I understand the segment or the topic from which it is. Like here, I understood it is Venn diagram. I look at the number of parameters. It's only a 3 parameter Venn diagram. So I know there'll be only 3 circles that I will go ahead and do. I am clear till here. After that, I look at the kind of questions. Are there a lot of questions which are indirect, wherein I feel that there'll be multiple cases? If there aren't any like that, then I know this is a question that I will pick up upfront. If I see that there'll end up being lot of cases, maxima minima hai and options nahi hai, maxima minima with theta hai, har question if then hai and uske saath bhi theta hai, those are indicators that these are not going to be sets that I want to start with. Am I clear till here? Quirky? Cool. Now let's try go ahead and solve it. Obviously we won't solve all sets, but let's pick up and try solving a few of them. Let's start with set 3 because this is what we gave as priority. So we had read this set. We know that these are the funda. So what is it? What are the parameters that I need? I need daily highest price, opening price, closing price, daily lowest price. So let's put that in. Daily highest price, opening price. So इसको थोड़ा और खुद को जगह दे देते हैं. So let's say daily highest price, opening price, closing price, daily lowest price. And now look at how I'm making the table as well. I want to keep all the reds, that means all the bearish together and all the bullish together, so that later on I don't need to come back and see kaun sa bear tha, kaun sa bull tha. I will do it together. So A, B, E, F pehle aa jayega, then I will do C, D, G. Now it's about creating a table. I am not brilliant when it comes to drawing straight lines, so do excuse me a little bit. Horizontal फिर भी थोड़ी बन जाती है, vertical में तो पता नहीं क्या ही होता है. So I'm just trying my level best to draw it to the best of my capability. I did not want to draw it beforehand and keep it because the questions that come up is how do you understand that this is the table to be created? In this case, so it is very, very simple because all the data is given in the graph itself. There are just these 4 parameters. अब मुझे डालना है. अब मैं करूंगा क्या? Look at this. 2400, 2200, 1800, 1200, 2000, 2000, 1700, 1400. ये डेटा है. सब में 100 कॉमन है. So remove the 00. Just play with the numbers. Just think of it as in 00s. In thousands already है ये पूरा data. And keep it simple. So daily's highest price for A is 2400. I will put 24. Opening price is 2200. So I will put 22. क्लोजिंग प्राइस इज 1800, आई विल पुट 18. अब मैं कैसे देख रहा हूं, ये है क्लोजिंग प्राइस, ये वाला पार्ट, सो दिस पार्ट, ओके. And daily's lowest price is here, which is 1200. I will put 12. Look at it for B now. Look at B. B doesn't have the Dundee. B doesn't have the line. That means there is no daily highest price separately. So the daily highest price will have to be this itself. There is no other Dundee. So it has to be just this, right? Because agar main opening price tak chala gaya, which is 2000, the highest price will have to be greater than equal to 2000, but there is no Dundee above it, there is no line above it, so it has to be 2000 itself. So I will call it 20 as daily highest, closing is 20, opening is 20, closing is 17, and daily lowest is 14. Okay, now let's move to E starts at 14, moves to 13, so 14, 13. Now look at closing for E. Closing is 11. Daily lowest doesn't exist, so lowest has to be whatever lowest I have here, which is 11. So 11, 11. Let's move to F. F starts at 20. Then I move to opening. Opening is 18. Then I move to 16, and then finally 12. Now I'm moving to all greens. Now keep in mind, closing is above opening. This is why I wanted to keep all greens together, all reds together. एक बार में एक ही focus करना है. So now let's look at C. Daily highest price will be 14. Now ऊपर this part, what is it? It is the closing price now. So the closing price is 12. So I will put 12 here. The opening price is here. So that is 8. And now again, there is no Dundee, there is no line. So 8 will be for both. It will be also the daily lowest. Perfect. Let's move to D. D starts at 12. Highest. Then I move to closing. Closing is 10. Then I move to opening. Opening seems to be 5. And finally this, which is basically the day's lowest, which is 300. So 3. And finally moving to the last one, which is G. It starts at 19. Then I move to closing. Closing is 17. Then I move to opening. Opening goes to 12. And finally the end of the Dundee, which is the day's lowest, which is 10. Are we all clear with this table? Have you understood simple way of going ahead and creating the table? Okay? Clear? I gave you the order, Rachit. I made you understand the order. All the reds together, all the bearish together, okay, and all नीचे वाला together. ठीक है? Somebody is saying D का data wrong है. D एक बार फिर से देख लेते हैं. D का मैंने कुछ गलत तो नहीं डाल दिया. Let's look at D. D starts at 12. Closing price is at 10. Oops, मैंने उल्टा लिख दिया. Yeah. Thank you for pointing it out. See, I also make that error. Closing price will be at 10. Thank you. Closing will be at 10. Opening will be at 5. And then here. Now see, even after I kept it all together, you saw I made an error. And this is why it becomes important to keep the reds together and the greens together. Because if I did not do that and I kept on alternating, तो each वाले में change होता. यहाँ पे club करके भी रख दिया, still I ended up making a silly error. Thanks for pointing it out. Are we clear till here? Is everybody clear till here? Understood how to go about it? Okay. यहाँ पे done. Now let's just go ahead and solve it. What was the question? Question is SPV, which means variability. So high minus low by average. So let's put SPV. High minus low by average of these two. Okay. High minus low is 12. 12 by average of 22 and 18 is 20. So 12 by 20. Next one, 20 minus 14, which is 6 by average of 17 and 20, which is 18.5. Okay. Next one, 14 minus 11, which is 3 by average of 11 and 12, which is 11 and 13, which is 12. 20 minus 12, which is 8 by average of 18 and 16, which is 17. 14 minus 8, which is 6 by average of 8 and 12, which is 10. 12 minus 3, which is 9 by average of 5 and 10, which is 7.5. 19 minus 10, which is 9 by average of 12 and 17, which is 14.5. How am I doing it mentally? I do 12 plus 17 is 29 by 2, 14.5. Or the other 10, 10 to same रहेगा. 2 and 7 is 9, 9 by 2 is 4.5. So 10 plus 4.5, 14.5. ठीक है? Question क्या बोल रहा है? Among the shares had the highest SPV. अब मेरे को क्या check करना है? DFAC. Let's look at D. D is 9 by 7.5, so greater than 1. Okay. F is 8 by 17, so less than 0.5, so F to guaranteed nahi hai. A is 12 by 20, less than 1, so wo bhi out. C C is 6 by 10 less than 1. That is also out. So the only possibility is D, which is option 1. Next question is based on exactly the same concept of SPV. How many shares had an SPV greater than 0.5? 12 by 20, it's more than half. मैं कैसे check कर रहा हूँ? Denominator is 20, half of that will be 10. 12 is more than that, so ये तो होगा ही. 6 by 18.5, denominator is 18.5, half of that is 9.25, 6 is less than that, ये नहीं होगा. 3 by 12 is 1/4. 8 by 17, 17 का half 8.5 होता है, कम है, ये नहीं होगा. 6 by 10 greater है 60%. 9 by 7.5, ये तो 1 से ज्यादा है. 9 by 14.5, 14.5 का half is 7.25, 9 is more than that. So 4 of them are greater. So 4. Next, daily loss for a share is defined as opening minus closing by opening. A, B, F and G का चाहिए. A, B, F and G. Let's write it down. A, B, F and G. What is it? Opening minus closing by opening. So O minus C by C. और हमें चाहिए क्या? Highest daily loss. Highest daily loss. O minus C by C. Okay. O minus C by C. A, O minus C by C is 4 divided by 18. B, O minus C is 3 divided by 17. Third one is F. F is O minus C, which is 2 divided by 16. And finally G. G is 12 minus 17. Why? Because closing is higher than ending. So it's not even a loss. It's a positive. If you keep in mind, they are talking about daily loss. G में तो loss है ही नहीं. G में तो gain है. It is bullish. तो ये तो answer है ही नहीं. Answer is A, B और G. किसका highest loss होगा? 4 by 18 is 2 by 9. 3 by 17, 1/6 से थोड़ा better. So 2 by 9, 1/6 and 2 by 16. किसका होगा highest loss? किसका होगा highest loss, guys? Come on, quickly. 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 Waiting for you all to give an answer. Waiting for you all to give an answer. Quickly, quickly, quickly. I have written it for you. Give me the answer. Quickly. O minus C by C is what you needed. Absolutely right, Chinni. So what will be the answer? Oh, one sec. Oh, divided by O. My bad. So the question is O minus C by O. Thank you for pointing that out. So I've gone ahead and done that. So it will be 4 by 22, 3 by 20 and 2 by F में क्या है? 2 by 18. Yep. ये होगा. Thanks for pointing it out. Yep. Answer क्या होगा? A. Absolutely right. Answer will be A. So you've gone ahead and gotten the answer for that as well. And finally, what would have been the percentage wealth gain for a trader who bought equal numbers of all bullish shares at open days high? All equal. Okay. Now, what are the ones which I have? What are the ones which I have? I am talking about only the bullish ones at opening and sold them at the days high. So look at only the bullish. Which are the bullish? There are only 3. I'm looking at these 3. Sold them at opening, bought them at opening, sold at days high. So bought at 8, sold at 14. So that's a gain of 6. Bought at 5, sold at 12. That's a gain of 7. Bought at 12, sold at 19, gain of 7. Total gain 20. खरीदा कितने पे था? 8 plus 5, which is 13, plus 12, which is 25. Bought at 25, got a gain of 20. What is 20 as a percentage of 25? That's 80%. So the gain is 80%. As simple as that. Clear? Cool. Everybody, all 4 questions done. Let's quickly move to the second set that we'd gone ahead and identified. We had identified set 5. Are we clear till here? We'll try and solve 2 more to ensure 99 percentile to pocket mein ho. Rachit, which part do you want me to go ahead and explain again? 4th question. Okay. कुछ नहीं कर रहा. 4th question पे वापस आ जाता हूं. What was the 4th question? 4th question states, what would be the percentage wealth gain for a trader who bought equal number of all bullish shares at opening price, sold them at day's highest? So I am only concerned about the bullish, that means the green ones. मैं करता को equal number of share है, assume एक share है. Assume it's one share. I buy it at opening and I sell it at daily's highest. I buy it at 8 and sell it at 14. So let's keep in mind 8, 14. Then I buy it at 5, sell it at 12. 5, 12. And finally, I buy it at 12, sell it at 19. 12, 19. So I am buying it at 8 plus 5 plus 12. You add it. How much is that? 25. I am selling it at 14 plus 12 plus 19. That's 39, 43, 45. So buying at 25, selling at 45. That is a gain of 20 on 25. So a gain of 20 on 25 is 4/5. That means it's a gain of 80%. Clear, Achit? Cool. Kushagra had rectified that already. O minus C by O. That's where the answer changed. I hope that's clear. I had rectified it already, Kushagra. Okay. I hope that is clear to everybody. Let's quickly move to the fifth set now. Let's have a look at what this set stated. They were stating there were 6 web servers, M, N, O, P, X, and Y, each at 30 stars, which they distributed among 4 bloggers A, B, C, D. Each has 30 and they are distributing among these 4 bloggers. The number of stars received by A and B from the 6 web servers is shown below. So M, N, O, P, X, Y, they are distributing, each of them distributing 30. So M at 30, N as 30, O as 30, P as 30, X as 30, Y as 30. Are we clear till here? M, N, O, P, X, Y, these are the web servers. They are distributing it to the web. They are distributing it to the bloggers. The web servers distributing it to the bloggers, and each of them has 30 stars. इसलिए नीचे मैंने 30 लिख दिया है, इसको मैं total बोल दूंगा. Am I clear till here, everybody? CC? Cool. Let's quickly keep building on this. Let's see what additional information I have. The number of stars received by the bloggers from the surfers were all multiples of 5, including 0. But before I do this, I have an entire chart given to me जिसमें data है. Let's go ahead and fill that. A को देखो किस किस से मिला. A has gotten from M. A has gotten 10. A has gotten from N, which is 25. A has got 0 from O. A has got 5 from P. A has got 0 from X, and A has got 5 from Y. So add it 35, 40, 45. So A has got 45 in this way. Okay. O and X have given nothing. So I've just put cross. You can put 0, 0, whatever. Cross is easier for me to keep in mind. 0 भी number लगता है तो ढूंढना पड़ता है. Cross करके दिखता है मुझे number नहीं है. इसलिए I put cross. Let's look at B. उसको M and O तीनों से कुछ नहीं मिल रहा. Nothing, nothing, nothing. B को P से कितना मिल रहा है? 25. B को X से कुछ नहीं मिल रहा. B को Y से कितना मिल रहा है? He's getting 20. Once again 45 done. So A and B का sorted है. उनको हमें पता है they are getting what from whom. Lovely. The number of stars received by the bloggers from the surfers were all multiples of 5. So all these missing cells are going to be multiples of 5, and it can include 0 as well. Okay. The total number of stars received by the bloggers were the same. Oh, so the total received by each blogger is same. A has got 45, B has 45. So C will also be 45, D will also be 45. They're all the same. Very easy. Sorted. Now, if you remember, while we were going through the set, we had also looked at the questions. अब मेरे को याद है एक question था, what was the total number of stars received by D? They are all going to be equal. So एक answer ही मिल गया कि भैया ये answer तो 45 होगा. Sorted. This is why we look at questions while we are identifying sets, because some of them में answers तुरंत उठ के आ जाते हैं. Okay, done. Let's keep moving. Let's look at आगे information क्या है. Each blogger received a different number of stars from M. Let's look at M. Each blogger has to receive different number. Total 30 है, 10 and 0 हो गया. Now मेरे को 30 देना है. What are the possibilities left? 5, 15, 20, 25. But 10 is gone. 10 is gone out of 30. So there are only 20 to be given. So 25 तो किसी को मिल नहीं सकता. If M gives 20 to somebody, say C को 20 दे दिया, then D will become 0. So B and D become equal, which is not possible. तो ये भी out. So the only possibility for M to give stars to C and D is going to be between 5 and 15. So let's put it 5, 15 or 15, 5. This is how I do it. How am I doing it? अगर C को 5 मिला, D को 15 मिलेगा. अगर C को 15 मिलेगा, D को 5 मिलेगा. So 5/15, 15/5. Clear? Okay. Let's look at the next one. Each blogger received a different. हो गया. 2 surfers gave all their stars to a single blogger. Okay, I'll come back to this. वो कौन से सर्फर होने वाले हैं? अगर मैं देखूं, ये मुझे क्लियरली दिख रहा है, वो O and X में होंगे, because M is already giving it. Okay, M is already giving it to at least 2. N has given 1 and has to give more because there are 5 left. T has given to 2 already, Y has given to 2 already. So I can see, so there is going to be some additional, and it is going to be between O and X. So O and X are going to give to just 1. D received more stars from C than Y. Look at D and Y. Y has given 25, has 5 left. Y has 5 left. So those 5 will go to D and not C because D received more than C. So this is going to be 5. This is going to be nothing. Now look at this. Each column ka sum needs to be 30. So look at Y, 5 plus 20 plus 5, 30 ho gaya. Look at P, 30 already ho gaya. Look at M, 30 आ जाएगा. एक को 5, एक को 15 मिलेगा. Look at N, किसी एक को 5 मिलना है, किसी एक को 0 मिलना है. Now, let's come to 4. What does 4 state? 2 surfers gave all their stars to a single blogger. Okay. Let's take O. Let's assume O का possibility क्या है? Either O can give all stars to C or to D. So it will be 0, 30 or 30, 0. If O gives 0 stars to C, then X will have to give 30 stars to C. Because it can't be that both end up giving 30 stars to D, तब तो D के पास 60 हो जाएंगे. So O will give 30 stars to either C or D. जिसको उसने नहीं दिया उसको X देगा. So X का ये 0, 30 हो जाएगा. As simple as that. Clear? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We are clear till here. Now, look at D. Look at D. D में मेरे को पता है one of O and X is going to give 30 to D. So D को 30 मिलेगा. मेरे को पता है D को Y से 5 तो आ ही गया है, तो 35 हो गया. So अगर D को M से 15 मिल जाएगा, D will suddenly become 30 plus 0 plus 15, which is going to be 50, which is not possible. D has to get 45. So D cannot get 15 from M. It has to be 5. That means C has to get 15 from M. यहां तक हो गया. अब D को अगर 5 मिल रहा है M से and 5 मिल रहा है Y से, that is 10, and he's getting 30 from either O or X. That means he needs 5 more क्योंकि 40 होगा. So this is 5 and this is out. And the entire table is done and we are ready. Now all we need to do is look at the questions. First question is answered. Second, what was the number of stars received by D from Y? By D from Y is 5. So the answer will be 5. Next, how many surfers distributed their stars among exactly 2 bloggers? M is 3, N is 2 bloggers. So एक N हो गया. O is 1, P is 2 bloggers. X is 1 and Y is 3. So there are only 2, N and P. So N and P will be 2. Which of the following can be determined with certainty? The number of stars received by C from M. C को M से कितना मिला? 15. Yes, this is certainty. So this is true. The number of stars received by D from O. Look at D. D from O is going to be either 30 or 0. I don't know. So this is may or may not be true. So certainty is only 1, which is the first one. Am I clear, guys? Clear? Simple set, not very complicated. ज़्यादा fight नहीं हुई, हो गया. And guess what? We still have time. 11:42 को हमने शुरू किया था. इतना explanation के बावजूद we've done 2 sets. एक और कर लेते हैं. 99 percentile pocket में होगा. So which set should we pick up next? Which set should we pick up next? We had said 3, 5, 1, 4, 2. Now let me show you another trick. Instead of doing a full set, let's see how we could have gone ahead and identified that only certain questions could have been solved from a particular set. Let's do that trick as well, because today is all about tricks and going ahead and showcasing that to you. Let's do that trick. So let's move to set 1 now. Together we'll move to set 1. क्योंकि हमने इसको third priority भी बोला था, तो इसको try मारते हैं. The game of quiet is played between 2 teams. अब ये सब जो मैंने कर दिया ये मैं हटा देता हूं. What we had done while we were looking at the setup is we know that there are going to be 8 rounds. इतना अपने को पता है, ठीक है, वो sorted है, वो पता है. अब हम लोग बैठ के एक साथ पढ़ते हैं, रीड करते हैं, सेट को देखते हैं कितना जल्दी सॉल्व कर पाते हैं. Okay, 6 teams numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 play in a game of quiet. These teams are equally divided in 2 groups. In the tournament, each team plays every other team in the same group once, in the other group twice. Tournament has several rounds, each of which consists of a few games. Every team plays exactly 1 game in each round. ठीक है, A and B बना देते हैं भैया 2 groups. अब देखते हैं काम. अब देखते हैं इन्फो क्या है. Each team played against a team from the other group in round 8. So round 8 में everybody is playing the other group. Okay. ठीक है. अब राउंड 8 का मेरे पास और कोई इंफॉर्मेशन है? हाँ है, कि 3 played against 6, 2 played against 5. So I know 3 and 6 are different teams. 2 and 5 are different teams. I know that they can't end up being same teams, but मेरे को अभी इससे कोई information नहीं आता because 3 will be with 2 or 3 will be with 5. I don't know. So forget, we'll come back. Round 4 and 7, the matchups, that is the pair of teams playing against each other, were identical. So 4 and 7 दोनों में identical है. मतलब say if team 1 played against team 5 in round 4, again team 1 is playing against team 5 in round 7. So they have to be in different groups because they are playing each other twice. They can't be in the same group. So ये एक तो sorted है कि 4 and 7 में different groups पे खेलते हैं, 5 and 8 पे भी different groups पे खेलते हैं. ठीक है. Team 4 played team 6 in round 1 and round 2. इसका मतलब 4 and 6 have to be in different groups because they play each other twice. तो 4, 6 ऐसे डाल देते हैं. मेरे को A and B मतलब नहीं, it could be anything. So there are two groups. एक ग्रुप में 4 होगा, एक ग्रुप में 6 होगा, वो अलग ग्रुप में होंगे. ठीक है. Team 1 played team 5 only once and that was in round 2. That means team 1 and team 5 are together. 1 and 5 goes together. So the only possibility is या तो 1 and 5 4 के साथ होगा या 1 and 5 6 के साथ होगा. There are only two possibilities. 4 and 6 are in different groups. 1 and 5 are together. So या 1 and 5 will come with 4 या 1 and 5 will come with 6. अगर केस 1 लेता हूं तो 4 1 5 हो गया, तो ये 6 2 3 हो जाएगा. केस 2 लेता हूं तो 6 1 5 हो गया, ये 2 3 4 हो जाएगा. Am I clear till here everybody? Am I clear till here? यही दो केस है और तो कुछ है नहीं. अब मैं करूंगा क्या? And I remember this, there was this question 3. Which team among the teams number 2, 3, 4 and 5 was not in the same group? Now if you go back, look at this. In both the cases, 2 and 3 are in the same group. I know 2 and 3 are in the same group. So either 4 is going to be with 2 and 3 or 5 is going to be with 2 and 3. Look at case 1. Neither 4 nor 5 is with 2 and 3. अब दो तो आंसर हो नहीं सकते, एक ही आंसर हो सकता है, तो केस 1 तो श्योरली गलत है. Look at case 2. Look at case 2. I can see 4 is with 2 and 3 but 5 is not. That means 4 with 2 and 3 is possible. That means 5 will not be with 2 and 3. मैंने ऑप्शंस को देख के इस फुल सेट को सिंप्लीफाई कर दिया that the teams that are going to be together is this. 2, 3 and 4 are in the same group. 6, 1 and 5 are in the same group. Am I clear? Is everybody clear with this, guys? Is everybody clear with this? Did you understand how I utilized options to go ahead and solve something? Options gave me more data. I did not need to solve the set. I looked at the options कि मेरे को दिख रहा है 2 and 3 together है. Now either they are going to be with 6 or they are going to be with 4. अगर 6 के साथ होंगे then I know 4 and 5 दोनों ही 2 and 3 के साथ नहीं हो सकते, वो राइट आंसर हो ही नहीं सकता, एक ही होना है. So 4 के साथ होना होगा, मेरे पास ये फुल आ गया. Clear? Guess what? 2 questions done. एक question तो upfront हो गया था, एक है, 2 question already done. Next बोल रहा है what is the number of the team that played team 1 in round 5? Team 1 in round 5. अब राउंड 5 का कोई इंफॉर्मेशन कहीं नहीं है, बट राउंड 8 का इंफॉर्मेशन है. एंड आई रो राउंड 5 एंड राउंड 8 इज सेम. राउंड 8 में क्या हो रहा है? टीम 3 प्लेस टीम 6, टीम 2 प्लेस टीम 5. आई एम गेटिंग फ्रॉम हियर. दैट मींस दो ही टीम बची है, सो टीम 1 विल प्ले टीम 4. एंड राउंड 8 एंड राउंड 5 आर एग्जैक्टली द सेम. सो इन राउंड 5 whom will team 1 play? It will be same as the team that they play in round 8, which is team 4. लो एक और हो गया. 3 question done without even needing to go ahead and solve the set in totality. We've just gone ahead and done it jaldi se. Clear? Okay, I will explain this again. I will explain this part again. Did we understand that there were these two cases that came up, guys? Did we understand that there were these two cases that came up? If I look at statement 3 and statement 4, that there were these two cases that came up. Either the groups would be 4 1 5 and 6 2 3 or 2 3 4 and 6 1 5. Did you all understand this? Jayesh and Yasmin? Rahul? Oh, you didn't? Okay, so let me go start from here itself. इधर से ही मैं शुरू करता हूँ, इधर से ही शुरू करता हूँ, ठीक है? Let me start from here itself again. A and B. Let's together read statement 3. Team 4 and team 6. Okay. Team 4 played team 6 in both round 1 and round 2. That means team 4 and team 6 play each other twice. If they play each other twice, they have to be in the other group. They can't be in the same group. So 4 and 6 are in opposite groups. Am I clear till here? Is statement 3 clear? Is statement 3 clear to everybody? Now let's read statement 4. Team 1 played team 5 only once. So 1 and 5 are together. Now this 1 and 5 will either be in the group with 4 or it will be in the group with 6. तो मैं दो केस बना लेता हूं, ऐसे दो केस. एक केस में 1 and 5 को यहां डाल देता हूं, दूसरे केस में 1 and 5 को यहां डाल देता हूं. Am I clear till here? Am I clear till here, everybody? These are the only two cases possible because 1 and 5 have to be together. Either they will be with 4 or they will be with 6. यहां पे स्टॉप मारता हूं. So यहां तो वहां होगा, यहां होगा. Clear? Am I clear? These are the only two cases. Now, if these are the two cases, there are only two teams left. So 2 and 3 तब यहां होगा and 2 and 3 तब यहां होगा. CC, everybody, crystal clear? CC means crystal clear. So these are the only two possible cases. For the two teams to be created, these are the only two possible cases. Now let's move to question 3. Question 3 क्या बोलता है? Which team among the teams 2, 3, 4 and 5 was not part of the same group? I know if I look at this, in the first case, 2 and 3 are together. In the second case also 2 and 3 are together. So 2 and 3 to surely together honge. Now the question is, will 4 be with 2 and 3 or will 5 be with 2 and 3? If I look at case 1, neither is 4 with 2 and 3 nor is 5 with 2 and 3. So if case 1 is true, तब तो answer option 1 and option 4 दोनों हो जाएगा. One question can't have two options as the right answer. Only one option can be there. So this case 1 is wrong. Look at case 2. 2, 3 and 4 are together. That means 5 is not in the same group. So the answer will be 5. Now understood, guys? CC? समझ आया? समझ आया how I am using data from options to go ahead and solve? Got it? Cool. And guess what? To solve these 3 questions, till now I have not even needed to go ahead and solve this full set. I did not even need to look at 0.5, 0.1, 0.2 and all of that. जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी. Now इसके बाद there are 2 more questions. We can go ahead and solve that. उसके लिए जाके थोड़ी solving करनी पड़ेगी, पर अभी के लिए हम वो करते नहीं because there is a little bit of learning that we need to do. We have what? I think, Sazil, if I'm not wrong, we still have about 5-7 minutes to go, right? About 5-7 minutes to go. So guys, up to you. You decide. There are 2 sets to go. कौन से उन दो में से कौन से सेट को मैं उठाऊं? उन दो में से कौन से सेट को मैं उठाऊं? थोड़ा सा उसको सॉल्व करके थोड़ा दिखाना. Should I pick up the Venn diagram one or should I pick up the other one? Because I want to give you all a tinge of everything. Because this is just the starting of your preparation. So should I pick up Venn diagram or should I pick up the other one? जो बोलोगे वो उठा लेंगे. जो बोलो Venn diagram, okay. If people want Venn diagram, then Venn diagram it is. 2 people are saying VD. So VD उठा लेते यार. ये है ना Venn diagram, ये है. ठीक है? So बहुत जल्दी जल्दी करेंगे. We have about 5-7 minutes to go. So quickly थोड़ा सा इसको समझ लेते हैं. क्या है? Chart below provides complete information about the number of countries visited by Dheeraj, Samantha, Nitish in Asia, Europe and rest of world. ठीक है, ये है. So like we have pointed out, Dheeraj visits 3 countries in Asia, 7 in Europe, 1 in rest of world. Samantha is 0 in Asia, 9 in Europe, 4 in rest of world. Nitish in 1 in Asia, 6 in Europe, 12 in rest of world. ऐसे है, ठीक है. और मेरे को यहाँ पे ये भी दिख गया था कि 32 कंट्रीज वो विजिटेड बाय एटलीस्ट वन ऑफ देम. तो मेरे दिमाग में तो भाई सिंपल है, 3 लोग के बेसिस में है, धीरज, समंथा, नितिश. उसके अराउंड वेन डायग्राम बनाएंगे. अब सर्कल बनाने में मैं एकदम स्टड नहीं होऊंगा, बट ठीक ठाक बन जाएगा यार. इनफ टू सर्वाइव, दैट इज द एसेंस ऑफ लाइफ. ठीक है, ये है. इसको मैं धीरज बोलता हूं, इसको मैं समंथा बोल देता हूं, इसको नीरज बोल देते हैं. यहां तक वी हैव. ओके, now let's go ahead and read info. Let's go ahead and read the info because this is telling me total Dheeraj. तो मेरे को total Dheeraj क्या पता है? 10, 11. Total Samantha is 13. Total Nitish is 19. We have this info, but we don't know anything about beach का. So let's read. 32 countries were visited by at least one of them. So at least one of them का मतलब this plus this plus this plus this plus this plus this plus this. All these spaces combined will be equal to 32. We'll come back to that. Current I have no information about it. छोड़ते हैं. USA in ROW is the only country that was visited by all 3. So ये 1 है. इसके साथ मैं ब्रैकेट में R भी लिख दूंगा because I need to know R, E and A. R stands for rest of the world, E stands for Europe, A stands for Asia. So कौन सा किसका है उसके लिए मैंने यहाँ पे R लिख दिया ताकि मेरे लिए easier हो बाद में. China in Asia is the only country that was visited by both Dheeraj and Nitesh but not Samantha. Dheeraj and Nitesh but not Samantha. That is this region. So China एक ही country है, one, उस पे भी A लिख देते, Asia से है. Lovely. France in Europe is the only country outside Asia which was visited by Dheeraj and Samantha, not Nitish. Dheeraj and Samantha, but not Nitish. That is going to be this region. That is one. But they are saying France in Europe is the only outside Asia. Matlab, there could be some country in Asia that is also visited by Dheeraj and Samantha, but not Nitish. उसके लिए बार चार्ट में जाओ. बार चार्ट में देखो, Samantha तो एशिया जाती ही नहीं है. She does not visit Asia. So Samantha cannot have any common country with Dheeraj where she's gone, in Asia, because she doesn't go to Asia. So there has to be only one country which is common. That is going to be France, which is in Europe. Am I clear till here, everybody? Am I clear till here? How is 0.1 possible when sum of any person is not more than 32? Oh, very good question. 32 countries were visited by at least one of them. Matlab, Dheeraj visited only one country. Dheeraj and Samantha combined visited one country. Dheeraj, Samantha, Nitish visited one country. Dheeraj and Nitish visited only one country. ये सारे areas, this area plus 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 this area, all of this is basically what is equal to 32. Clear? Always keep that in mind. All of this, मैं किसी एक बंदे की बात नहीं कर रहा. I am saying all of this considering all three of them. I hope this part is clear. Okay? I hope we are clear till here, everybody. See, let's keep moving. Okay? Yasmin, language is not confusing at all. Language is not confusing. You need to understand. When somebody says, Sachin goes to Europe and visits 20 countries, and say Yasmin goes to Europe and visits 15 countries, but between them they visit at least 30 countries. What does it mean? Sachin 20 में गया, Yasmin 15 में गई, between them 30 countries visit हुए. मतलब कोई एक particular number of countries है जो common है इन दोनों में. 5 countries होगा. Sachin 15 पे गया, 5 common. Okay, there'll be some number of countries which is going to be common. What? I don't care. Because I said Sachin 20, Yasmin 15. I could turn around and say 5 country common है. Sachin 15 अकेले गया, 5 country both Yasmin and Sachin गए, 10 country Yasmin अकेले गए. So at least one country की बात करेंगे तो 15 plus 5 plus 10, 30 countries. That is exactly what they are talking about. Clear? Clear? Cool? Okay, now let's keep moving. अब देखो धीरज का. I knew Dheeraj goes to 11 countries. One is with Samantha but not Nitesh. One is with Nitesh but not Samantha. One is all three. So 11 minus these three, which is 8. Now what do I have? Let me call this region, which means country visited by Samantha and Nitesh but not Dheeraj, as X. So अब Samantha का total 13 है. 13 में से 1 गया, 12 में से 1 गया, 11 में से 1 गया, X. So this region becomes 11 minus X, which she goes ahead and visits alone. Similarly, Nitesh 19 countries है, एक common है तो 17 minus X. Now all these respective regions combined was 32, what I told you. So let's combine 8 plus 1 plus 1, which is 11. So Dheeraj ka 11 plus 11 minus X plus X, which is 11 plus 17 minus X. All of this is equal to 32. So if you add it, 39 minus X is 32, X is equal to 7. Matlab, I can go ahead and say this is 7, this is suddenly 10, this is suddenly 4. And now I am done. अब मेरे पास जो बचा है is to just go ahead and find out कि ये 10, 7, 4, 8 किस countries में है. उसके लिए information given है, बाकी हम पढ़ लेते हैं. Let's read statement 5. Half of the countries visited by both Samantha and Nitesh were in Europe. Samantha and Nitesh combined number of countries visited by both of them is 8, 7 plus 1. Half of them are in Europe, so that means 4 are in Europe. ये 1 already R में है, so इस 7 में 4 Europe होगा, 4 Europe होगा, right? बाकी 3 क्या होगा? बाकी 3 R में होगा, because Samantha A तो कहीं जाती ही नहीं है. Done, as simple as that. अब नितिश की बात, नितिश का R कितने हुए हैं? 3 + 1 4 R हो गए हैं. He visits how many R's? He visits 12. So 8 of these are going to be R and 2 is going to be Europe. Similarly, let's talk about Samantha. Europe already मेरे पास कितना हो गया है? Europe is 4 + 1 5. Samantha goes to Europe 9. So all these 4 is Europe. Her ROW is also done, 3 and 1 4, which is done. Let's look at Dheeraj. He has 8. He has done 1 Asia, 1 Europe, 1 R. So he 1 R done. So 1 Europe and 1 Asia done. So 2 will be Asia. And Europe will be the remaining, which is 6. This is the entire set that we've gone ahead and done. Look at the questions. How many countries in Asia were visited by at least one of Dheeraj, Samantha and Nitesh? 2 here and 1 common here. So there are going to be 3 countries. How many countries in Europe were visited only by Nitesh? Europe only by Nitesh is 2. Next, how many countries in ROW were visited by both Nitesh and Samantha? Both Nitesh and Samantha, ROW 3. And finally, how many countries in Europe are visited by exactly one of Dheeraj, Samantha and Nitish? Europe में यहाँ पे 6 आ गया, यहाँ पे 4 आ गया, and यहाँ पे 2 आ गया. Total add कर लो, that is 12. So 12 countries, which is option 4. And suddenly we've gone ahead and finished another set as well. Clear? Didn't understand the last point? Last point was very, very simple. The last point was half of the countries visited by both Samantha and Nitisha in Europe. Ab 1 and 7 jab aa gaye, there are 8 countries visited by both Samantha and Nitish, jisme se 7 are visited only by them and 1 are visited by all 3. Out of these 8, half are in Europe. So 4 are in Europe. The one which are all 3 was rest of world. So out of the 7, 4 were in Europe and 3 were rest of the world. I hope this part is clear. See? Third answer should be 4. USA will be included. कौन सा third question था? Let's see. How many countries in ROW were visited by Nitish and Samantha? Nitish and Samantha का ये and ROW. Oh yes, sorry. Nitish and Samantha था ना खाली. Were visited by both Nitish and Samantha. Answer will be 4. You are right, because it was both Nitish and Samantha, 3 here and 1 here. I mistook this as A by गलती से. मेरे को खुद की हैंड राइटिंग नहीं समझ आ रही थी कि 3 + 1 4 होगा. थैंक्स फॉर पॉइंटिंग दैट आउट. Okay, is that clear, guys? Is this clear to everybody? So in this short amount of time we've gone ahead and actually done 4 sets. I've actually overshot. 12:45 ही होना था तो ज्यादा टाइम हमने नहीं लिया. हम लोग ने 4 सेट जाके सॉल्व कर लिया है. Just a couple of things that I want to go ahead and showcase to you as we go ahead and end this. This is basically how people went ahead and solved this paper. If you look at it, we've gone ahead and done this set. We've done this set. We've also done this set, which people could not attempt. Not very difficult. We've also done this set, and this set, which a lot of people had great accuracy, but look at the number of people who attempted. First question was about 18% and after them only 12% or so. So second set बहुत कम लोगों ने attempt किया और हमने भी rightly उसको correctly रखा. बाकी sets हमने correctly attempt किए हैं. And the best part was in set 1 we did 3 questions without solving at all, because we simply went ahead and stated we could have used options. Is this clear for everybody? I hope this gives you a little bit of understanding of how to look at DILR. I'll invite Sazil back on stage as we end this. We are basically done and dusted with DILR. 2 to 3 things that I want you to keep in mind. Number 1, set identification is important. Be okay spending 4 to 5 minutes doing that. Focus on questions rather than sets, because there'll be certain sets that 2-3 questions jaldi hi ho jate hain. Number 3, always go ahead and look at options, because options give you more data as well. So look at them upfront. And number 4, always try simplifying the data and utilize the data given by the options in to go ahead and eliminate. I hope this went ahead and helped you a little in terms of DILR. We'll have many more sessions as we go ahead, and as Sazil stated, this is just the beginning of all our RT99 sessions. Go ahead and keep practicing. Over to you, Sazil. Best source to practice sets, I would say topic tests, sectional tests, class sheets, and so on and so forth. And since some of you all have been asking, DILR 1000 will also be launched in the month of March. So hopefully that will go ahead and help you as well. But that's about it from my end. Over to Sazil. You're on mute, I think, Sazil.
That was wonderful, and I enjoyed watching it as well. And a lot of students are participating again in the discussion, so that's great. So I think this is the strategy that we discuss in RT99, and this is the beginning. So I think the further, so just for your information, guys, we are coming up with the next two Headstart formats for the first time in CL's history. We are doing RT99 a Headstart 3 times with 3 different papers. So this time we started with 2024 Slot-1. The next one is exactly next month, which is 2023 ka paper Slot-1. And then after a month again, we'll do 2022 ka paper, question paper, Slot-1. So basically we'll be able to compare all of them and learn from 3 actual papers before we go into the next phase of RT99. So GB, I think that was an invite to all the students for that. All right. So thank you so much, GB. Have a great day and enjoy the match. IIT Baba.
Everybody should.
IIT Baba. Hi, Aks. Welcome. You know how IIT Baba has predicted some stupid thing, no? So let's see how right or wrong he is.
Yeah. So what did he predict, by the way? What is this IIT Baba and what did he predict?
So IIT Baba is that Baba who's become famous in this Mahakumbh, during the Mahakumbh, and he's from IIT basically.
IIT Kanpur ka Baba hai wo,
हाँ. हाँ. And उसने बोला कि इंडिया बिल्कुल नहीं जीतेगी. So let's see. I'm very keen to check. So anyway, over to you, Aks. VARC ka time hai, and I think that's the most scoring section in my opinion. So students should focus. The biggest mistake that I think students make, Aks, is that वो क्वांट और DILR पे फोकस करते हैं और VARC को इग्नोर करते हैं या बोर्ड होते हैं उससे. But that is the most scoring section. What do you say, GB? Aks, right? So
absolutely.
Maybe GB can give his quick tippani on that, and then I think I will take up the VARC section, Sazil.
Yeah, I think there's no tippany. The first slide that you will show, which is the score to percentile, will answer it for everybody. That every year, when you look at the score to percentile, सबसे ज़्यादा marks VARC में लाने होते हैं in order to get that percentile score. Whether it be the sectional cutoff of 80, 85, or it be the higher percentiles of 95, 99. Just because if you are used to reading, there is not a lot of prep that you need here. You need practice. There is no learning. There are no concepts. You just need practice and constantly going ahead and keeping abreast with reading. And rest, I'm sure Aks will pick up. So, but that's about it from somebody who focuses more on quant.
Absolutely.
Right. Over to you, Aks.
Thanks. Thank you so much, GB and Sazil. I think after having heard GP and GB, I think, and that too at the fag end of the session, trying to make sure that the verbal and reading comprehension section is interesting is itself a challenge. The only good thing is in the CAT exam, VARC is going to be your first section, and then your DILR comes in, and then your quantitative ability. What makes VARC, friends, difficult is that this does not have a guaranteed answer. If you look at what GB has done, if you have been able to solve the clues that are given to you, you more or less get the answers. Similarly, in quantitative ability, if you know the fundamentals, if you know the concepts, if you know the formulae, and you focus on understanding this formulae and the application of the formula, chances are very, very high that if you solve a question, you know whether you got the question right or wrong. Yes, you can make silly mistakes. Instead of taking 2 into 3 as 6, you write it as 2 into 3 is 5. Such kind of silly mistakes can be done in quantitative ability or even in DILR for that matter. But if you solve, you know the right answer, or you will get the right answer, and you'll be fairly confident that you got it right. Verbal has that kind of a challenge. Verbal ability has a challenge. Even after reading it, even after seeing that it's seemingly the right answer, when you look at your choice as a final answer key, you'll find it, oh shit, this was a wrong answer. In fact, CAT 24, Slot-2, I remember, there were 2 questions where everybody who thought about what the correct answer should be has not been given as the correct answer, and something else was given by the IIM authorities. And you get to challenge them. In Quant and DILR, if you challenge a question and there will be a right way of challenging it if the correct thing, and you will probably, the reversal of the question happens. But in verbal ability, and I've seen it for 20 years now, they have not changed their answer. So there is a element of grayness in your answers, and that is what makes, frankly speaking, VARC challenging. So what we will do in the next 45 minutes to 1 hour is to first understand, how do you even prepare for it, given that we are talking about Feb 23rd today, Feb 2nd, and you're talking about 9 months to go for the actual CAT exam. 9 months is a long time. Like Sazil said, what happens is there is very little to study when you talk about verbal. So you don't know what to do, what to study, how to improve, and you drift away to glory. And by the time the actual CAT exam comes in, you are no better off than what you are in February or a March or an April kind of things. And that is what I want to kind of give you an idea of why you should be away out of it and have a plan both for preparation and for attempting of this verbal ability section. Okay, so let me first go ahead and present to you. Let me see if the questions are there. Okay, okay. Let me just add from the file. Where is? Just give me one moment, guys, so that I'll make sure that the presentation is clearly added to this. Race to 99. We are talking about this here. We're talking about Headstart, and here we go. Okay, by any chance, it's uploading. Just give me one moment, guys. In the meantime, one of the interesting things that I'm going to talk about for RC, or the thing is, if you look at all the questions that come in verbal ability and reading comprehension for CAT as such, at least, it is it's almost always everything to do with reading, etc. I think there's some problem in this. Let me remove this and see if I can present. Okay. Can you see this by any chance? Sazil or somebody can tell me? Are you able to see it? The PPT, guys? If you can just quickly say hello, yes, or whatever. Yeah, thanks, Pulkit. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to take you through why VARC is slightly different and what you need to do to make sure that you score well when CAT comes in. See, this VARC in that exam is different from, let's say, partially about ZAT, SNAP, NMAT, any other exam, simply because a lot more of verbal content is there in other exams. When it comes to CAT, it is typically reading that matters. It's everything to do with reading, and we will understand that as we go along. But for you would have already looked at what was quantitative ability and what is data interpretation, logical reasoning. As you can clearly see here also, you have 24 questions. For the last 5 years, there have been same number of questions. You have 40 minutes, a very, very high marks available for you to score. Like GB Gautam Baba has just said, here you will also see in the next slide why marks. It's easy to get marks in the section called VARC, and you need to maximize your marks if you need to get a very high percentile too. 24 questions, 40 minutes. So typically you have more than a minute and a half to solve each question. It may not be enough for a quant or a DI, but it is more than sufficient for a VARC, and that is what we go to see. So let's look at the numbers. Like we said, okay, this is score versus percentile. You would have seen for the others, but here, to get an 80 percentile, you will need slightly higher scores. To get a 99 percentile, you will need clearly much higher scores. An 80 percentile requires 18. Remember, at 18 in DILR, you're getting a 99 percentile almost. But here, to get 18, 6 net questions correct. Even if you get 6 net questions correct, you're going to only end up at 80 percentile. One thing which obviously, from the scores that I can say, and please look at this, all the, whether it's CAT 24, CAT 23, CAT 22, or CAT 21, let's look at these 4, around the same percentile, slightly less here or slightly more here. The paper was slightly easier in CAT 21. The 80 percentile has been at the similar level. Similarly, for 99 percentile, these are the 2 numbers that I'm going to talk about. It is similar, 40 to 42 marks. 40 to 42 marks. I'm using this word 40 to 42 marks because slot 1, slot 2, slot 3 will be different. The marks will go up or down depending on each of the slots. So the range will be 40 to 42 or 43 in general. And that is what you need to understand. 40 marks out of 72, because remember the total marks are for 72, requires you to attempt more. Here is what I am going to talk more and more about. Attempt more in your verbal RC. You can also attempt more actually, because simply at the end of the day, you don't know what to do. There's no calculation. If there is no calculation, it is only a decision making that matters. Decision making after having read a question. Let's say you have read a paragraph and there's a question and 4 choices. You need to take a decision whether, yeah, which one is the right answer. It is decision making and speed decision making that is going to get you higher attempts. And if you get higher attempts, automatically there is a good chance that you will get higher scores also. Now, this is a very controversial statement I'm making, but trust me, that is the aim that you need to have over 9 months from today. In 9 months, today, whatever else, I mean, let's say you write a mock. I don't know how many you will attempt. Some of you might attempt all the 24 questions. Some of you might attempt only 20, or some of you might attempt only 10. But your endeavor, your plan, your aim should be, as you go closer to November, attempt all 24 questions if possible. If possible. Now, for you to attempt all 24 questions, you need to obviously improve certain things. What are these things that you will improve? How will you improve? We will also talk about it as we go along. Now, just look at what happened in the previous year. What types of questions have come in the previous years? There are reading comprehension very clearly reading comprehension. And within verbal ability, there are para jumbles, para summary, odd one outs, and or para completion. What is this? Sentence missing. Sentence is missing. You have to figure out where is the sentence missing. So you have to complete. It's almost like a fill in the blank, but it's not a typical fill in the blank. It is a paragraph which has to be filled in. By the way, the paragraph can be filled in at the very beginning also, at the very end also, or in between also. Odd one out, it is more like a odd para jumble, as I call it. Odd para jumble. What do you mean by odd or para jumble? Typically, 5 sentences are given to you. 5 sentences are given to you, of which 4 of them form a proper paragraph, whereas one of them is the odd one out, which is actually similar, to your which is similar to your para jumble, there again 4 sentences are given and you need to figure out which of them, what is the order of the sentences, 3, 2, 4, 1. Let's say this order of the sentence, you need to figure it out. Here, except that there are 5 sentences given to you and one of them is not perfectly fitting in that paragraph and hence it's the odd one out. And the third type or the fourth type of question in verbal ability is a para summary. A full paragraph is given to you, and then 4 choices are given, 4 statements are given. This is the summary of the paragraph. A paragraph could be about 100-word length paragraph, and the summary would be something like 15 to 18-word length. 15 to 18 word length. You are expected to convert that 100 words, 90 words paragraph into a short 1 line, 1.5 line paragraph or a sentence, which is the summary of the paragraph. So you're talking about, you can clearly see something what's happening. It is always, everything is paragraph, paragraph, paragraph. You need to read paragraphs. This entire exam, and I'm going to talk to you ad infinitum as we go into the CAT exams, not only today, but as we go closer to November from now onwards, that your ability to read a paragraph, understand the paragraph, comprehend the paragraph, and, analyze and give answers given the questions from the paragraph is what is going to give you marks. You have already seen this, like you looked at it. Once again, I'm going to look at it. Now, if you want to get a 99 percentile, in the CAT exam, which is this year was 95, a majority of the score will have to be in your verbal ability. Because see, 95 you want, you will probably need something like 34 or plus in your verbal, maybe around 31 in your DILR, 65 here, and 75, 85, 95, almost 30 here again in your quantitative ability. But if you can get 40 here, you need only 44, and that 44 can be as simple as, picking up a 95 percentile in Quant or a 90 percentile DI. But if you have a high percentile in verbal ability, you can comfortably make your overall 99 percentile, and of course higher also. Now this, I'm sure you would have mentioned it already. GP sir would have gone through, GB would have gone through, so I'm not going to speak too much about it. But let's talk about the Slot-1 that happened and what was the paper all about. This paper had 4 RCs, RC1, RC2, RC3, RC4. First one was basic economics, not straight away. Then next was purely on some kind of general reading as such, technology and reading. This is on sociology and anthropology kind of things. Not really anthropology, but sociology, biology, species. And thus again, sociology in craftsmanship. You will see, if you are an engineer, you wouldn't have seen these topics. You are a BA in English, maybe you would have seen somewhere or the other. But if you are a BSc, even a BBA, a little bit of economics you would have seen. BCom, maybe a little bit of economics, but not too much. But the kind of words that are given. The basic thing that I'm going to tell you about this is, except for people who are majorly into humanities, and that's not the number of people who are writing CAT. I'm sure if I ask you how many of you are non-humanities people, the numbers will be pretty high if I take just a poll. And that's true about when we look at how many people have written CAT 24 or CAT 23 or 22. In other words, every one of, whether you're an engineer, you are a non-engineer, except let's say a BA English person, all of you are in the same boat. You will have to read topics which are completely away from what you have already read till today. And hence, the preparation plan that you talked about is about reading from the newspapers, reading from various websites like AEON, 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 or Scientific American, or such kind of things, which will kind of get you in good stead kind of things. This was what 4 RC paragraphs that are the CAT 24 had. And if you look at it, there were 3 types. There was no para-jumble, thankfully. There was no para-jumbles, but 3 para-summary questions where a passage is given to you and the summary of the questions you need to identify, of the passage you have to identify. 3 para-completions. In other words, sentence is missing. You need to figure out where to put the sentence. And 2 odd para-jumbles or odd one out, odd sentence from the 5 sentences given to you. We'll look at all of these. I'm not saying we'll solve all the questions. That is not the purpose of this session. We're going to look at only 1 hour. We already talked about 20 minutes, but a methodology that you need to adopt as you go along is what I would like to be. One more thing, as you can see, if the scores go up very, very easily for various kinds of percentiles, if you are talking about, look at this, at 10, score 10, you are at 60th percentile. At 20 score, doubling the score, you go to 80 to 83 percentile. And at 30, you are already at about 96, 97 percentile. And of course, after that, it will be very, very slow. The scores can keep going up. The percentiles will be very high. You need to be in the top 10 percentile, ideally. In fact, I just look at this. If you get 90 percentile, you are getting 29. Let's say 90 you get in all 3. Let's say you get 90 in all 3, just for understanding sake. If you get 90 in all 3, you're talking about 29 plus 23, that is 52. 52 plus 19 is 71. 71 score is straight away 95 plus percentile. And that, I think, is a very interesting thing to look at kind of things. Once again, where do you need to be? If you understand it carefully, wherever you are. For example, if you are at the 75th percentile, you need to get net 6 correct. Now, here is what I'm trying to explain to you. If let's say you get 6 net questions, that means 6 correct, 0 wrongs. You will still get 16 marks, or actually it is 18 marks, to be honest with you. 6 threes are 18 marks. So you can afford to get 2 wrongs, you attempt 8. But 8 attempt is going to be very, very bad. Even the IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Lucknow, IIM Calcutta cutoffs. IIM Lucknow cutoff, for example, is 87 percentile. So I'll start with that. Let's say you need to get 20 marks and you are attempting 8 questions. That means if you get 8 correct and 4 wrong, this is 20 net. 20, 8 threes are 24, minus 4. Let's say all the negatives you got are 4 negatives. 20 net marks you will get in the 85th percentile if you attempt only 12. The idea is, can you attempt more? Can you attempt more and get the scores? This is the reason why I started off saying this paper is all about attempting more. And even at 66% accuracy, you will get an 85th percentile. We will see in the next one how the questions were, how the difficulty level of the questions were, and how you could have improved significantly. And that is what the Slot-1 analysis of the paper is. Just to make you understand what this paper is, this is RC1. This is RC1. This was RC2, 4 questions. This is RC3, and this is RC4. And these are your verbal ability, 8 questions of verbal ability. I want you to focus on the green ones. What are the green ones? Green ones are where more than 40% of them have attempted and more than 50% of them have got it correct. More than 50%, more than 60%, sorry, more than 60% would have gotten it. So more than 40% attempts, more than 60% accuracy. Look at this. All these guys are with more than 60% accuracy. That means if 10 students attempted the paper, that question. If 10 students attempted that question, 6 of them got it correct, or more of them got it correct. For example, look at this third question. If 10 students attempted it, 8 of them got it correct. 8 of them got it correct. That means it's an easy question. If you attempted it, you would have got it correct. If you're 8 out of 10 people, you have to be really, really bad to get it wrong in that sense of the word. Of course, that's I don't want to kind of discourage you by saying that, look, what happens if you've got it wrong? But on an average, we're talking about. Now, here is what I want you to look at this. Very, very interestingly. Look at how many questions are there. 24 questions are there. Let's say you are doing 24 attempts on 24 attempts. And how many easy questions are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 9 easy questions. How many moderate level? Moderate level means anybody getting more than 40% accuracy. That means out of 10 students who attempted it, more than 4 of them are getting it correct. That's moderate. 4 to 6, 40 to 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 moderate questions and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 difficult questions where less than 40% of them get it right. I want you to understand this very, very carefully. 24 attempts, let's say you do it. If there are easy questions, let's say you get 8 correct. 9 medium level questions, let's say you get only 4 correct. And 6 difficult questions, you get only 1 correct. That means I'm saying this is less than 16% accuracy. You get 50% accuracy. And here you get about 80% accuracy. In fact, let's call it 7 correct only. 7 out of 9. 7 out of 9 is 77% accuracy, right? So if you start off, let's say, now here is what I want you to listen to this. Let's say today we are talking about in February 23rd, right? Let's look at it. March, April, May, June, July, August. Let's say somewhere around August also. Even in August, you are getting like this. In a paper like CAT 2024, you are able to attempt all 24 questions. That's where you improved your ability to read and answer. Remember, there are 2 things which are important. One is reading. One is deciding the answer, decision making in the answer choices. Finally, at the end of the day, there is no solution, right? You read the 4 choices and you figure out, kya answer hona chahiye. You quickly have to take a decision. How many ever times you read the question and the choices, you'll have to take a decision. Let's say you read this. Let's say you reach this very carefully. 9 easy questions. I'm talking about if this was slot 1, you were writing in the actual exam and got 80% accuracy for easy questions, approximately 50. Actually, I've taken less. 50% accuracy for medium level questions, and only 16% accuracy, 1/6 accuracy in difficult questions. Your total score would be 12 correct and 12 wrong. 12 correct and 12 wrong. Your net score will be 24 marks. Your net score will be 24 marks. Please notice this. If you get 24 marks, okay, here, let's look at it here itself. If you get 24 marks, 24 marks is somewhere here, and you are around 87th percentile. Please realize this. If you are only 80% accuracy in all the easy questions, only 50% accuracy in moderate level questions, and 1/6, 16% accuracy in difficult questions, but provided you are attempting all 24, getting 24 marks, you will be at 87 percentile straight away. In other words, this is a very, very good position to be in if you were in August, I'm saying. Very good in position. Now, the whole logic in life is one, there are 2 parts of the story for verbal. One is improve attempts on a regular basis. Reach to the place where you're almost attempting 24. Almost. I'm saying sometimes you might have to just not understand anything. Samajh mein hi nahi aaya. Couldn't understand anything. You just leave it. Maybe. But then you will getting no negative marks for that. You may not get correct, but you will not get negative marks, and therefore you will score will be still 24. But the first part, as I said, is attempting more. And then the second part is to improve accuracy. Now it is easier said than done. Improving accuracy. How do you do that? Various methods. Various ways in which you can look at improving verbal accuracy, reading comprehension accuracy. But one fantastic method is elimination, choice of elimination. See, in your quant and DI, you can use elimination, but far less than your verbal RC. Eliminating what cannot come in improves chances of getting the correct answer. And that is what you can do, improve accuracy. And let's say this is August. I am saying August 25, you are here. If you are here, September 25, where should you reach? October 25, where should you reach? And November 25, when you are finally writing the exam, where should you reach? If you have this plan, so the entire story is first, keep improving your attempts to get approximately 50% accuracy among the three, so that you get an 87%. Those of you who are very bad, I'm saying even very bad at this stage, those of you are already at 90 percentile, you need to look at 99, 99.99 and 100 probably. Where do you need to reach? Can you get 15 correct and 9 wrong here? Can you think about, or forget about it, 14 correct and 8 wrong? Can you, in that 1 month, improve it? Then can you improve to 16 correct and 6 wrong? And probably 17 correct, 16 correct and, sorry, this is 10 wrong, my mistake. This is 8 wrong, and 17 correct and 7 wrong, or 18 correct and 6 wrong. Can you reach this place? Because if you reach this, 14 threes are 42, this will be 32 marks. This will be 16 threes are 48, this is 40 marks. And this will be something like close to 17 threes are 51 minus 7 is 44, or it could be 48. Remember this, this will be upwards of 99 plus. This will be close to 99 plus, and this will be close to 97 plus. This is what you, look at this, 32 marks. 32 marks will be somewhere around 96 possible percentile. 32 marks will be 96 percentile. This, gentlemen, ladies, friends, should be the plan. August, today we are talking about February, March, April, May, June, July. 5 months are there. Your entire story, can you improve to get there? That should be the plan. And how do you plan that? Unlike Quant and DI, where there is a syllabus to do, here in verbal, there is no syllabus. But how do you improve? On a regular basis, reading areas like sociology, anthropology, economics, management, general areas, philosophy, psychology. These are the areas. Where do you read from every day? Can you read one passage from any article that you come? One passage per article. 5 months into 30 days, 150 days, you can read 150 articles. Trust me, just 150 articles. If you can reach daily, you would be well. And remember, in the meantime, you're writing, you're going to the classes, you're also attempting mocks, you're also writing verbal RC tests. That's extra. This is something you do. The repertoire of knowledge and the spreading of your thought process will be very, very high. That's what I would like to look at in verbal RC. And last, by the way, we know this. Again, we're saying, because it's everything. You need to read, I'm saying it because everything is about a para reading and understanding. Look at VARC. You have passage comprehension, that is reading comprehension, or sentence missing, like missing sentence we talk about, para completion, paragraph, para jumble, paragraph, para summary, paragraph, odd sentence in a paragraph, paragraph. Everything is about paragraph. So a paragraph has 4-5 sentences, 4 to 5 sentences. Your ability to read the sentence, understand, and interpret it, same like our interpretation, is what is going to get you into your high percentiles that you need for CAT. Is that clear? So can I just wait for a moment? Wait for a moment, and I'll ask you one question. I know it's been 20 minutes, another 30 minutes, I'm going to take up actual questions in CAT 2024, slot 1. But I want to ask you, whatever I said till now, does it make sense? A, saying that, and more importantly, does it also tell you that there is a plan of action? There has to be a plan of action, especially for verbal ability. You may want to comment anything on that for the next few minutes. 1 or 2 minutes, I'll just take up comments or anything. Say one, obviously, how do I eliminate? I'm going to talk to you about. How do you look at getting the right answers? I'm going to talk to you about. But I really need your feedback on figuring it out. Ki bhai, karna kya hai? Samajh mein aaya ki nahi? Ki how do I make my VARC really, really good? Yes, Yasmin, absolutely. The plan of action seems to be reading more. Again, I'm not saying read half an hour. I'm not even saying read half an hour, Yasmin. I am saying, can you just read every day one passage? Slowly and steadily, you can become better. That is what I'm pretty sure of. But more than that, what I want you to understand is do not give up. 2, even more importantly, unlike everything else I'm saying, for verbal ability, if you really want to do a difference, get a difference in that, make sure you attempt more. Okay, keep that in mind is what. Hetwi Pinchal, can you be saying? Of course you can. That is something I would like you to look at it. Okay, so at least a few of you have given me a heads up on that. Let's go straight dive into the questions which are there in CAT. Okay, I will take few minutes of how to improve. There are 2 things that you need to improve still. I'll just take a minute here to explain to you that it is going to be still important, even though it's all about paragraphs. For you to understand the paragraphs, for you to understand reading comprehension, for you to become better in VARC, you have no choice. I'm using this word. You have almost no choice but to improve your vocabulary also. Because the more words that you understand, because when you're reading it, if you don't understand the words, you can't comprehend it. And hence, you need to improve your vocabulary, whether you like it or not. We have 9 months to go, my friends. And this 9 months, you need to improve. Like every day you're reading, I said, if you read one passage, it is good enough. It's good enough that from that passage, whatever you're reading, let's say 10 minutes, you read a long paragraph. There is one aeon.co, a beautiful repository of articles. Read every day one article. It's about 3,000 word article. Maybe taking you 10, 12, 15 minutes, doesn't matter. But when you read one article, after reading the article, also look at all the words that are used. Use your dictionary, thesaurus, whichever way you can, and make sure that you make make papers kind of things, or a booklet. Start writing the words that you do not know. Even if you know the words, some of them, but look at the meaning of the words closely for you to improve your vocabulary. There are books like Norman Lewis, Word Par Made Easy, or Rosenblum, all about words, etc. That can also definitely help. But do not neglect. I repeat, do not neglect improving vocabulary. Okay. QWERTY, I don't know this. Yasmin, I'll come back to that, Yasmin, in a moment. QWERTY is asking, should we attempt the difficult questions of RC immediately? Is it at one time or do not do the decision? Since we come back after we have to read the passage again, are the difficult questions, skip, forget. See, frankly speaking, you will have to go back to the passage once in a while. We will talk about it in a little more mathematically. I will tell you about why it is still possible to do it in about 7, 8, 9 minutes, even each of the RCs also. But there is nothing like getting back after finishing a passage. You get back to the paragraph, quickly take a decision and go forward to it. You will make mistakes. Remember, I am saying something very interesting. Out of 6 difficult questions, you may get 1 correct, 5 wrong initially. but slowly and steadily, the more comfortable you become reading, the more vocabulary you improve on, your scores will start improving automatically. Okay, it takes me close to 40 minutes to read a 3,000 word article, which means to say, Yasmin, you're taking a lot of time reading it because you're trying to read every word. That's not the way to read anything. The idea is, are you understanding? It's like more like seeing, more like absorbing. It's like a picture that you're seeing. Are you able to understand broadly what the passage author is saying? Because the author, one of the sessions Jijo will take, he is a wonderful guy who is kind of going to give you how the author thinks. But again, please understand, there are two different things that are happening. The passage is written by somebody already, correct? The author, whoever the author maybe, has written the passage. उसका कोई मजबूरी होगा लिख दिया किसी के वजह से, for whatever reasons in the world. But the test setter is a different animal. The test setter is reading the passage, interpreting the passage, looking at a question, making a question, and then giving you the right answer. In addition to the right answer, he's also making 3 wrong answers. It's not easy to make a right answer alone. So it is not only enough to write a right answer, they have to give 3 wrong answers. So understanding the test setter, not just the author, makes a lot of difference for you into improving. As far as your, for the moment reading is concerned, don't have to look at understanding every word. You need to understand the broad picture. And for that, you might have to improve your reading speeds too. Okay, that's one thing I will say, Yasmin. So the idea is, don't worry about understanding everything. Go a little bit, read fast, 3,000 words, no problems. You take 10, 12, 15 minutes. It will slowly reduce the time. Rudraj, how can I break the chains of marks like 24, 28, 7, 28? The only way you can break the chain is to look at 2 things. A, either you to improve attempts or decrease mistakes. If it is improving attempts, that is what I've been trying to tell you. Decreasing mistakes is a matter of, knowledge more, understanding more importantly, technique of getting elimination correct. Yes, reading, you have to read the meaning, Samir, after the test is over kind of thing. Should we attempt VA first, RC first? Heck, it doesn't matter. You can attempt one of the two. It's absolutely fine to attempt either RC or verbal. To my mind, in fact, I can tell you, you start with verbal also, go to RC and again come back to verbal also. Or start with RC, go to verbal and come back to RC, because there are 4 RCs. You may not want to do all 4 RCs at the same time. It's okay, is what I would say. Sir, is there any tips how to keep thoughts fresh while switching from one paragraph to another? Yes, one simple thing I'll tell you. I do it when I do it. Once a paragraph and etc. is over, take a lot of oxygen, take a breath. It's a very silly thing you might think about, but it's a very important thing, because the brain gets, fresh oxygen and you start with the next one. Quality, that's what is going to happen right now. But in the 9 months, you will improve this kind of things. Should we read the passage or the questions first? Raghav, it is all about paragraphs. I would say in CAT or an exam like ZAT, specifically Raghav, CAT or ZAT, it's my straight away the thing saying that please read the passage first. I'll tell you why I'm saying so. You don't know where the question is coming. And it's not that direct questions don't come in CAT anymore. It's mostly inferential. And hence, making sense of the passage will make a huge difference kind of things. So let's look at kind of things. Skimming, scanning group, solve VA, say like you can solve VA. Look at all the questions if it's possible. Don't have to attempt, but elimination is the key. Now, here is what elimination I would like you to tell you. There are 5 ways in which you can eliminate. We call it the beast mode. Remember, every question, let's say the question has choices. Choice 1, choice 2, choice 3, choice 4, and choice 4. Choice 1, 2, 3, 4. Only one of them is correct. How do I eliminate the other 3? remember the test setter, when he is reading a paragraph, some author has written it, right? The test setter is reading a paragraph or a passage, taking it from there, making a question and making the right answer, and also making 3 wrong answers. How does he make it? This is the way to look at it. He typically tries these techniques. He builds these questions, choices C1, C3, C4. If they are wrong answers, he will make it either very broad, where the options are too general or not specific enough to answer the question, or they make it extreme, like always, using the words like always, never, which are very and absolute words like this, which may not be true, or alien questions, alien options, that new things are talked about in that sentence, in that choice, unrelated, which is not mentioned or implied in the passage, or tone mismatch. The author is in one tone, whereas the answer choice is given in another tone. So you will kind of understand the tone of the passage, and therefore that will not be the answer. But the most consistent reason why a good test setter makes questions difficult is by giving you sidetracking options. What do you mean by sidetracking options? Remember one thing, that if you have a paragraph, if you have a passage will have, let's say, 3 or 4 paragraphs. Paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3, paragraph 4. Let's say the question is from paragraph 1. Let's say this question is from paragraph 1. The answer should also be from paragraph 1. Ideally. I'm not saying it's perfectly. But what will the answer do? What will the question setter do is, he will give you one of the choices from P4 or one of the choices from P3, paragraph 3. It will still be correct. It will not be wrong. It will neither be broad, nor be extreme, nor be alien, nor will be a tone mismatch. It will have some concept related to this question, but not exactly what this question is asking. The question asked is different. So this is what is called sidetracking, where options that include information that is true, but not directly related to the question or intended answer as such. These are some of the fantastic ways in which the test setter gives you choices. Your job as a test taker, your job is to make sure that you eliminate these options in the same smart way as you need to do it. And for this, my friends, is where somebody asked 24, 23, 27, how do I improve? You go back every time after the exam is over and see how you made a mistake. If you made a mistake, you know the right answer, you made a mistake, you look at it, how did this answer which is wrong fit into these 5 types? You will see that more often than not, you will be able to get you'll almost get an idea that, boss, this is the kind of a mistake I am making all the time. And that is, if you can eliminate, I think you're talking about very, very, very good questions. Now, here in the next 15 minutes, I will take up one passage. I'll come back to this. I will take up this passage. This is a difficult passage, slightly. Only 2 easy questions and 1 difficult question was there. But I'm going to read it for you to understand how much time it takes to, even if you read it may not be in today's session, but in one of the next RT99s when I take it, I'm actually going to show you how to read also. Today I'm not going to read, but look, how many paragraphs are there? Para 1, this is para 2, this is para 3, this is para 4, and this is para 5. 5 paragraphs. The number of words in this is about 522. 522 words. 5 paragraphs. 100 words per minute if you also read. You can finish this in almost 5 minutes reading. And then there are 4 questions. 4 questions can finish in 3 to 4 minutes if you don't have to come back to the passage. But for that, you need to understand it. The other way of doing it is reading it in something like 3 minutes. That means you need to have around 160, 170 words per minute. Reading speeds. If you have higher reading speeds, it's only going to be better. So one of the things that I'm going to tell you is to improve your reading speeds at the same time, making sure that you can also comprehend 60-70% so that you can come back to the passage if required be once. Now let's look at these questions. This is very one set I will do so that you understand what do you mean by elimination in that sense. Oftentimes, that means many times, when economists cross borders, they are less interested in learning from others than in invading their garden plots. Gary Becker, for instance, pioneered the idea of human capital. To do so, he famously tackled topics like crime and domesticity, applying methods honed in the study of markets to domains of non-market life. He has done it. He projected economics outward into new realms. For example, by revealing the extent to which humans calculate marginal utility when choosing their spouses or stealing from neighbors. At the same time, he did not let other ways of thinking enter his own economic realm. He did not allow somebody else to come in. For example, he did not borrow from anthropology or history or let observations of non-market economics inform his Homo economicus. Becker was a picture of imperial economist in the heyday of the discipline's bravura. Clearly, we are talking about there was a discipline's bravura. Economics was something big at that point of time. Economists were very clear about what they wanted, and they did not take anything from outside other disciplines. Times have changed for the once almighty discipline. Times have changed. Now look at the author is saying. Author is given information that, Gary Becker, they were imperial economists. They were, everything onto themselves, but times have changed. Economics has been taken to task within and beyond its ramparts. Some economists have reached out, imported, borrowed, collaborated, been less imperial, more open. Consider Thomas Piketty and his outreach to historians. The booming field of behavioral economics, the fusion of economics and social psychology is another case. Having spawned active subfields like judgment, decision-making, and a turn of experimentation, the field aims to go beyond the caricature of rational man to explain how humans make decisions. So it has changed, it says. Economics has changed. It is no longer the same almighty decision. That's what it says. It is important to underscore how this flips the way we think about economics. For generations, economists have presumed that people have interests, preferences in the neoclassical argot that get revealed in the course of people's choices. Interests come before actions and determine them. If you're hungry, you buy lunch. If you're cold, you get a sweater. If you have only so much money and can't afford to deal with both, your growing stomach, which need you choose to meet using your scarce savings reveal your preferences. So it was very simple. That was what Gary Becker was. It was very rational at that point of time, or a man was rational. If he is hungry, he will eat. I'm sure all of you are hungry. It's already 1:40. If you are feeling cold, I don't think Delhi, those of you, I'm in Kanpur, no longer cold. You don't need a sweater, you need a sweater. All these decisions, and if you have less money, you will decide which one is more important. This was what's supposed to be. But now it has changed. Once again, it says. So one paragraph says, economist was all big. It used to happen. Second paragraph is saying it has changed. Third paragraph is explaining what it used to be. Now look at the fourth paragraph. Psychologists take one look at this simple formulation and shake their heads. This was simple, pehle. Increasingly, even some mainstream economists have to admit that Homo economicus doesn't always behave like the textbook maximizer. So Homo economicus, Homo is man, economicus, how economics was for a man is no longer like a textbook. Irrational behavior can't simply be waved away as extra economic expressions of passion over interest and thus the domain of other disciplines. This is one place where humanist can help the economist. So economist has to take, that's what it is. Initially, this Gary Becker never took anybody else's help. But here we are saying humanist can help an economist. If narrative economics is going to help us understand how rivals duke it out, who wins and who loses, we are going to need much more than lessons from epidemiological studies of virus or intracranial stimuli. Above all, we need politics and institutions. Schiller connects perceptions of narratives to changes in behavior and thence to social outcomes. He completes a cycle that was key to behavioral economics and brings in storytelling to make sense of how perceptions get framed. This cycle was once mediated or dominated by institutions. The political parties, lobby groups, media organizations that play a vital role in legitimizing, representing, and excluding. Yet, institutions have been stripped from Schiller's account to reveal a bare dynamic of emotions and economics without the intermediating place of politics. So we talk about Gary Becker, we talk about Schiller, yet have stripped from Schiller's account something like that. Now, it took time for you to understand. I have taken 6 minutes to read it again. But here is the point. Economics was an almighty decision or almighty discipline. It has changed. It is no longer what it used to be. Behavioral economics has to come into picture. But when there also, Schiller connects perceptions of narratives to change in behavior and tends to social outcomes. He comes a full circle, not which was used by institutions, but he doesn't use institutions at all. Something like this in the last paragraph. Now look at the questions. Times have changed for the once almighty. We can infer from this statement that associated the author B is being. Look at this. Times have changed. Economics has been taken to task. Some economists have reached out. Now look at this. This is a tone. So now what is this? Is he critical? Is he judgmental? Is he sarcastic? Or is he disparaging of economics? So it could be one of these four, but then we need to look at what is the other parts of it. Clearly, here he's saying Becker was imperialist. Times have changed for the once almighty discipline. So he is definitely going against. So negative word. All four are negative. Therefore, there is nothing I can do. I have to check everything. Sarcastic about how economists who earlier shunned either disciplines are now beginning to incorporate them in their analysis. That's exactly. Now economics are taking other disciplines. This could be my answer. Wait. Judgmental about the ability of economic tools to accurately manage crisis, leading to the downfall of this lofty science. First, second, there is no downfall. There's nobody talks about downfall. He's saying it has changed. So this definitely is not your answer, though it is could be judgmental. Critical of economists openly borrowing and collaborating. He's not critical. He is saying you should. He's not critical. He is saying that people did not do it. He is now encouraging them to do it, or at least explaining that trying to take it from other disciplines is the right thing. So therefore, this cannot be the answer. Disparaging means denigrating, putting somebody down. Of economists' inability to precisely predict market behavior. Look at the words that precise. We are never talking about predicting market behavior and are now borrowing from other disciplines to remedy this. So first and foremost, there was nothing like precisely predicting. That itself is a word. You know that the answer is 1 for this. You know that the answer is 1 for this. This was an easy question. 43% attempted and almost 70% got it correct. But look at this. In the first paragraph, the author is making the point that economists like Becker, now clearly the Becker, he is not correct. He is not very happy about this guy. Benefited from the application of it. He is not even used it. It cannot be this answer at all. Firstly, had begun to borrow concepts. We just said Becker never borrowed. Cannot be the answer. Tended to guard their discipline from poaching by economists. He's not guarding anything. He never looked at anybody else. He was not guarding others who were looking at it. He said, I will not allow others to get in. So clearly this is not the answer. Look, used economics to analyze non-market behavior without incorporating perspectives from areas of other areas of inquiry. Clearly the answer. Look at this very clearly how it is. Becker was an improver. For example, he did not borrow from anthropology, or at the same time, he did not let other ways of thinking enter his economic realm. But he used it for things like choosing their spouses and stealing their neighbors. He predicted those things, but never looked at borrow from others' discipline. So clearly, this is an easy question. Again, look at this. 4 is the right answer. 50% attempted. 80% of them who attempted got it correct. 2 questions, straightforward. You would have got the answers. Now look at this. We can infer from the passage that the term Homo economicus refers to someone who. Now clearly, we said this is, look at this thing. Homo economicus. Inform his Homo economicus, man with economics. But here is where the answer comes into big. If you are cold, psychologists take one look at this simple formulation and shake their heads. Increasingly, even some mainstream economists have to admit that Homo economicus doesn't always behave like the textbook maximizer. Homo economics is a textbook maximizer. What is a textbook thing? For generations have presumed that people have interests, preferences in the neoclassical argot that get revealed in the course of people's choices. Interests come from etc., etc. If you're hungry, you do buy lunch. If you're cold, you do etc. kind of things. So it's a simple economist we are talking about. Is not influenced by the preference and choices of the others. We are not talking about others. Makes rational decisions based on their own preferences. That's what we are saying. He's a rational people, homo economicus we are talking about. He is hungry, he eats, he is cold, he takes a sweater, etc. That means we are talking about refers to someone who makes a rational choices. Look at the other one. Believes in borrowing and collaborating with others. We are not talking about economists here, right? This is homo is man, economicus is economy, a man's economy. How does he work? And refers to someone who. So it cannot be an economist in that sense. It's a person we are talking about. Maximizes their opportunities based on non-market choice. This is again completely alien. Hence, answer has to be true. Now, obviously, I know these answers probably, guys, but please understand, ability to quickly come to that answer or eliminate a couple of choices, if not all the 4 choices, will also help you to answer your questions that way. This was not an easy question, moderate question, less than 50% got it right. And now I will just wait for you, those of you who have not seen this, look at this question. The author critiques Schiller's approach to behavioral economics first. He critiques Schiller's approach. Now, I'm just going to take you to the questions, to the last paragraph for a moment. I want you to read this. You can see clearly, have been stripped from Schiller's account. Can you just read this and figure out what is the answer? Look at how it is. Above all, we need politics and institutions. Schiller connects perceptions of narratives to changes in behavior and tends to social outcomes. He completes a circle that was key to behavioral economics and brings in storytelling to make sense of how perceptions get framed. This cycle, perception to behavior to society, was once mediated or dominated by institutions. What are the institutions? The political parties, lobby groups, media organizations that played a vital role in legitimizing, representing, and excluding interests. Yet, these institutions have been stripped from Schiller's account to reveal a bare dynamic of emotions and economics without the intermediating place of politics. So, Schiller, so clearly this guy, above all, we need politics. The author of this paragraph, author of this is writing, we need politics and institutions. But yet, institutions have been stripped from Schiller's account to reveal bare dynamic of emotions and economics without the intermediating place of politics. This is what the answer is. Let's look at whether you can get the right answer from given this. Author critiques Schiller's approach to behavioral economics for denigrating the role of institutions. Is it denigrating or he is avoiding them? Is he denigrating or avoiding them? Can somebody tell me? Is it denigrating or avoiding them? Yet look at it. He's stripped of it, he says. Is it denigration is disparaging, putting somebody down. Is it putting somebody down? Think about it. It doesn't seem to be that. It's not denigrating. He's stripped them. He's not used them. Ignoring the marginal role. Is it the marginal role the media and politics play in influencing? We have never talked about marginal role. So this cannot be the answer. This cannot be the answer. Linking emotions and rational behavior without considering the mediation of social institutions. Without considering. He has stripped them off. Without considering, possibly my answer. Relying excessively on storytelling as the main influence on the formation of excessively. Again, look at the word. He is converted into storytelling, but not excessively. Again, cannot be the answer. 3 has to be the answer, and you will get. But of course, this was a very difficult question. Very few people attempted it, and even fewer got the right answer. 30% only got the right answer. 3 is the right answer for this. Out of the 4, even if you didn't get it, 2 questions you get right in a difficult paper, it is not a big deal at all. It's not a big deal at all. The idea here is, as you can see, I was reading passage by passage, understanding the passage. In fact, you can make a doodle for yourself also, saying that, bhai, kya bol raha hai? It will take a little time initially. Like Yasmin, you said that it takes you 30 minutes. Even if it takes 30 minutes, make a sense of what is the structure which is going on. What is happening? What is happening to the passage? What is the author trying to say? And then going to the questions will make it much, much more easier. Let me also look at one really nice question that I want to say. Paragraph. I'll just go to one question. I think this is the 17th question, if I'm 16th question, I'm sorry. Because this is also about paragraph. This is a question which I would really like you to read it, kind of things. This is a passage given below is followed by 4 alternative summaries. Choose the option that best captures the essence of the passage. What is the essence of the passage? Certain codes may, of course, be so widely distributed in a specific language, community, or culture, and be learned at so an early an age that they appear not to be constructed, the effect of an articulation between sign and referent, but to be naturally given. Look at the 3 points, the 3 words. Certain codes may appear not to be constructed, but to be naturally given. Everything else is bunkum there. Certain codes may appear not to be constructed, but naturally given. What it means is that every code is made, it is not natural. That's what it's trying to say. Simple visual signs appear to have achieved a near universality in this sense, though evidence remains that even apparently natural visual codes are culture specific. However, this does not mean no codes have intervened. Even though it is culture specific, it has become natural, it does not mean that no codes have intervened. Rather, that the codes have been profoundly naturalized. That means codes have been made, but has been naturalized. The operation of naturalized codes reveals not the transparency and naturalness of the language, but the depth, the habituation, and the near universality of the codes in use. They produce apparently natural recognitions. This has ideological effect of concealing the practice of coding which are present. So this has the effect of concealing the practice of coding. This has the effect of concealing the practice of coding. So coding is done in natural language, but it appears so natural that you think there is no code, there is no coding which has been done because it has become universal. That is what the entire idea is. See, even before you look at the summary, you need to be able to understand what the code is all about or what the paragraph is all about. Now look at the answers. Not all codes are natural, but certain codes are naturalized and made to appear universal. Ideologies aims to hide the mechanism of coding behind. Hello, this has the effect of concealing, not ideology. I mean, clearly, first one makes zero sense at all. Not all codes. Here, we are not talking about our certain codes are naturalized is not what he's saying at all in the first place. So first one cannot be the answer at all. Learning linguistic and visual science at an early age makes all such codes appear natural. Certain codes may appear, all such codes appear natural, clearly cannot be the right answer. Again, look at this. The extreme words that you're using, all the words that you're using there cannot be the answer. All codes, linguistic and visual, have a natural origin. But some are so widespread that they become universal. We are not talking about all codes, linguistic, etc. Cannot be the answer here also. The only possible answer now completely is language and visual signs are codes. However, some of the codes are so widespread that they are not only seem naturally given, but also hide the mechanism of coding behind the signs. That's what. This has the effect of concealing the practice of coding which are present. Hide the mechanism of coding behind the signs. The answer is 4 clearly. And look at it. People have made a huge mistake of it, but this was not a difficult question itself. This, to my mind, is the way to go. Of course, this is about an hour. I think it's more than an hour that I've taken. But what I wanted to explain to you, gentlemen and ladies here in this, is that when you're reading a paragraph, if you can quickly summarize the paragraph for yourself, you will be able to get both questions and answers correct. And more importantly, using that BEAST model, BEAST, broad, extreme, alien, sidetracking, or tone, BEAST. If you can look at that, I think you will be in a better position to be able to solve the questions. I think I said 1 hour. I can go on doing for 2 hours for this entire story. But like I said, this is a head start for you. What we want to do is to make sure that you are ready for this kind of a thing, and where you need to be gets again and again. I'm saying very, very clearly the approach to VARC is to be clear. Yasmin and a few Raghav and others who have hopefully listening, and everybody else who's listening, you need to understand that you need to read. 3 things are important. 1, read from aeon.co. Every day you read, areas like sociology, psychology, philosophy, and of course economics, management, etc. will help you to improve your wide range of knowledge, even if you're an engineer or non-engineer, doesn't matter. 2, you can also read the newspaper every day. It's boring, but if you read the newspaper, it will help. When you're reading the newspaper, let's say you read the editorial of this. If you read the editorial of the newspaper, when you read the editorial of the newspaper, Times of India, Hindu, Indian Express, doesn't matter, try to summarize for yourself. You don't have to write it down, but if you can doodle, at least understand what is happening. Similarly, if you're reading a large paragraph, you need to be able to summarize that for your own self, saying that, okay, what is the author trying to say? 3rd, whenever you read something, make sure that you improve your vocabulary. Whatever words there, write the meaning down, make a book for yourself, and every 15 days, every 30 days, go back to all the words that you've written. You will always remember them. This is for improving. As far as exams are concerned, all the mock exams are concerned, steadily increase your attempts. Initially, don't worry about your accuracy. Your accuracy could be 30%. Let's say you're attempting 24, you get something like 6 correct and 18 wrong. It's okay. It's okay to get it. But when I'm asking you to attempt, don't do a Ina Mina Dika attempt. Read the question, read the passage, read the question, read the choices, and then take a decision. Take a decision. You will make mistakes. This is where the BEAST mode, the other techniques that are going to be talked in the classes will help majorly. It will help majorly. And then slowly and steadily, your accuracy will improve. And if you improve your vocabulary and your reading speed also, ideal reading speed is between 200 to 250 words per minute. Check for yourself where you are. Force yourself to read more. Comprehension will go down. Don't worry about the comprehension. Don't read word by word. Read it as a passage. Read it as a sentence. Read it as four words at a time. It's a picture. It will help you. Once you steadily attempt, and then the second level is to steadily decrease your mistakes or mistakes. Or increase your slowly accuracy. If you can do this, 9 months is there. This particular thing, like I said, if you can get 40, you are going to be in the 99 plus percentile range automatically. 40 to get is something like, 14 correct, or I would rather say 15 correct and 5 wrong, or 16 correct and 8 wrong. If you can get this, you will be there, get that 40. This is, remember, only 66% accuracy. It's okay to have lesser accuracy, which is what I told you. But you need to kind of really kind of improve majorly kind of things. With that, I'll stop it here. Sazil, if you're there, I know I can keep on going on for everyone. The idea is to make sure that you have an idea of what this paper is all about, your direction towards preparation for CAT, and in our next few RT99s, we will ensure that we will solve each of the questions a lot more in detail this session was again only a 1 hour session. I've still taken slightly more time, but don't worry about it. But in the next session, 2 hours, each passage, almost all the passages and all the questions that we'll do, we'll make sure that we'll do that kind of things. Prakash, that's what I'm saying. We will do that a lot more in detail in the next few sessions also. Okay, thank you so much. And I don't think Sazil is going to come back. And Neha, you're there. It's a pleasure to be here back. I'll stop it here. All of you and from all of us at Career Launcher, we make sure, please do give us more ideas, give us likes, dislikes, whatever you want. Make sure that we are there with you throughout your journey to make sure not just the CAT goes well, but also beyond that to get into the right IIMs and other institutes that you are aspiring for. With that, thanks once again. Hopefully 2:30, I don't know, the toss. I don't know, has anybody seen what happened to the toss? Who has won the toss and who's batting? I don't know if you have already seen it. Okay, match starts, but no information on the result of the toss.
Good. We will hopefully we'll win. All the very best. Thank you so much, and have a great Sunday and the next 9 months. Thanks, Neha.